Chapter 272, The True Way of Using Holy Devour. Chapter 272, The True Way of Using Holy Devour. I'm no match for him in a frontal clash. One Step couldn't help but be shocked and confused as he looked at his trembling hands. The Titans were a race known for having incomparable strength. Even dragons were inferior to Titans when it came to strength. Logically, the combination of his Titan bloodline, Dragon Blade, and Tier 4 Legacy Skill Titan's Wrath should allow him to damage even a Tier 5 monster in a frontal clash. Yet, the strength One Step prided himself in had actually lost to Sherfoam. At this moment, One Step wasn't the only one confused by this outcome. Everyone else present was in a similar situation. The combat power One Step, Florence, Convict, and Melissa had displayed was sufficient to destroy even an entire city. Their combat power definitely ranked at the apex of the current miniature ancient world. Yet, the four were no match for Sherfoam even after joining forces. They had even lost over 1/3 of their HP. The strength Sherfoam displayed was no longer just terrifying. It was simply incomprehensible. The only person unsurprised by this situation was Sherfoam himself. It was true that One Step and the others possessed combat power at the apex of Tier 4. However, it should be known that Sherfoam was equipped with the Blazing Flame set, which granted basic attributes equivalent to a level 135 Dark Gold equipment set. In comparison, while One Step and the others might be equipped with epic equipment sets, their sets only granted a level 122 epic equipment set's basic attributes. A gap of 13 levels wasn't something that could be overcome by just a difference of one rank. Search hosted novel for the original, not to mention when Sherfoam completed his promotion and became a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint, the basic attributes he received as a reward was significantly greater than other classes. So, even if One Step and the others worked together, there was no way they could gain an advantage over Sherfang's Holy Devour. A mana technique. It's a saint-ranked mana technique, Melissa said as she wiped the blood that had flowed down the corner of her mouth, a trace of fear appearing in her eyes when she looked at Sherfoam. Moreover, it's a perfectly mastered saint-ranked mana technique. This is really bad. Saint-ranked mana techniques were extremely rare even in the greater gods' domain. Their rarity not the slightest bit lower than gold combat techniques. Meanwhile, every expert she knew who had managed to perfectly master a saint-ranked mana technique held the position of honorary elder in the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Unlike gold combat techniques, while saint-ranked mana techniques did not grant players an instant boost in combat power, it had the advantage of being able to grow stronger as players reached higher tiers. By the time players reached Tier 6, they could defeat even Tier 6 gods with a perfectly mastered saint-ranked mana technique. Although Sherfoam was only at Tier 4 right now, he was still a tricky opponent nonetheless. So what if it's a saint-ranked mana technique? Florence glared at Sherfoam. Then he spoke to the other three through a private channel. We might not be a match for him in a frontal clash, but we can whittle him down. Using a saint-ranked mana technique is incredibly taxing. How many times do you think he can use it? Sherfoam indeed deserved to be called a monster if he could perfectly master a saint-ranked mana technique. However, Sherfoam was currently only a Tier 4 player. In a situation where stamina and concentration were limited, Sherfoam could only use his saint-ranked mana technique a few times. If he couldn't kill all four of them in one move, they could easily whittle him down and kill him. It seems that's our only option. I'll block his attacks while you guys find opportunities to strike, Melissa said before starting to chant an incantation. Immediately, gigantic serpents measuring over 1,000 meters in length emerged from the surrounding sea, their appearance instantly dwarfing Florence's golden lion. The other three nodded. Then they each took out a master regeneration potion from their bags, drank it, and went into action. Dark Banner Melissa was known to be invincible at sea because of her nigh-impeccable defensive capabilities. Moreover, so long as she was at a place with dense water-type mana, she could recover her HP, mana, stamina, and concentration rapidly. So long as she didn't get killed instantly, she could quickly make a full recovery and whittle down any player of the same tier. Do you really think you can outlast me? Sure Feng remained calm even after seeing that his opponents did not intend to duke it out with him. He could tell what was going through the minds of these four players. There was a basic guideline for players on what to do should they come across an expert who had perfectly mastered a saint-ranked mana technique. As an opponent, flee or drag out the battle. Sure Feng had come across many opponents who had tried the latter option against him during his previous life. Their strategy was always the same, to kite him with ranged attacks. They would never try to fight him at close range. After saying so, Sure Feng held the winter of eternal night horizontally before him. Subsequently, 9 frost swords appeared next to one step and the others and promptly lashed out at them. Swords orbit. Each frost sword carried 120% of Sure Feng's strength. Sure Feng originally had greater strength than one step and the others already. So, the 4 had to go all out just to block even one frost sword. When faced with the attacks of 2 frost swords simultaneously, one step, and the others didn't even have the time to breathe. Even Melissa, who possessed nigh-impeccable defensive capabilities, could only focus all her attention on blocking the 3 frost swords attacking her. She did not have any spare energy to focus on Sure Feng. For a time, apart from Melissa, one step and the others started to get pushed back one time after another, their HP rapidly decreasing. Damn it! How is his strength so high? Florence cursed. Whenever he clashed with Sure Feng's frost swords, the phantom of the golden lion he summoned would darken slightly. Not only did the golden lion's massive body not bring him any advantages, but it was even holding him back now as it gave Sure Feng a bigger target to strike. While Florence was in the midst of blocking a frost sword, Sure Feng suddenly appeared within 50 yards of him and swung his long sword. Holy Devour! Crimson flames covered the sky once more. Even though Florence had responded to Sure Feng's attack immediately by doubling his defense and HP with a life-saving skill, he still lost 1/5 of his HP to the attack. Thank goodness I blocked it. Florence sighed in relief when he saw that he was still alive. However, before Florence could distance himself from Sure Feng, another tide of flames assaulted him. Upon seeing this, he instinctively raised the golden lion's paws to defend himself. Boom! Florence was sent flying over a dozen yards backward this time. However, before he could even stabilize his posture, a 3rd flame pillar came at him again. Fuck! What is going on here? Florence was stupefied when he saw the 3rd fiery tidal wave approaching him. Unfortunately, even though Florence had executed a defensive combat technique to block this 3rd attack, he failed to execute the technique perfectly due to his unstable posture. As a result, when the tide of flames devoured him, he instantly lost all of his remaining HP. 3 times. Sure Feng had used Holy Devour 3 times consecutively. He did not rest for even a moment in between these 3 executions. It was as if the mana technique did not cost him anything to execute, and he used it as casually as if he were using an ordinary combat technique. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 273, Horror. Chapter 273, Horror 3. He used 3 Saint Mana techniques in a row. Is he a monster? Melissa, desperately defending herself against the 3 frost swords attacking her, couldn't believe what she had just seen. She was a magical class player who had perfectly mastered 10 mana techniques, so she had a great understanding of mana techniques. Even an advanced mana technique would put a significant toll on a Tier 4 player's concentration, let alone a Saint Mana technique. If a Tier 4 player were to use a Saint Mana technique, not only would they deplete a significant portion of their concentration, but they would also fall into a fatigued state for a short time. In this fatigued state, even focusing their mind would be a difficult task, let alone executing 2 more saint-ranked mana techniques consecutively. The information we got is completely wrong. One Step's eyes twitched when he saw Florence's vanishing corpse. According to their intelligence report, Black Flame should only be an ordinary 4th floor expert. The only reason he managed to kill Balroghart was that he had gotten promoted to Tier 4. However, the strength Shurfong had just displayed was not something an ordinary 4th floor expert could have. Shurfong was practically a monster. Even One Step doubted he could survive the 3 consecutive attacks Shurfong had used against Florence. It should be known that Florence would gain HP and defense, surpassing even MTs of the same tier when he went into his Golden Lion form. After activating his Tier 4 life-saving skill, his HP would instantly exceed 10 million. Even if he simply stood still and did nothing, a berserker of the same tier would need some time to kill him. Although One Step was a berserker, he was only superior to Florence when it came to strength and speed. When it came to taking damage, he was nowhere near as durable as Florence. That's 1 down. After collecting the loot Florence dropped, Shurfong turned his gaze to One Step and Convict, saying, "You two are next." As a Saint Mana technique, Holy Devour indeed cost a lot of concentration to use. However, after Shurfong became a Tier 4 Sword Law Saint, his concentration underwent a qualitative transformation. Now, his concentration neared the Tier 5 standard already. Hence, he could use Holy Devour multiple times in a row. Moreover, 3 times wasn't his limit yet. According to his estimates, he should only reach his limit after executing 5 Holy Devours consecutively. Do you think you still have a chance to kill us? One Step said after taking a deep breath, his voice still as confident as before. "We've seen your trump card already, but you still don't know what our trump cards are. However, we do not wish to use our trump cards for no reason. Since you've killed Florence already, how about we leave it at that?" "I agree," Convict said in conjunction. "We've already seen your strength, Guild Leader Black Flame. You won't be able to kill us even if you try, so we should just stop for today. If we fight, we will only be giving the other powers an advantage." Shurfeng's ability to execute 3 Saint Mana techniques consecutively was indeed astonishing. However, Shurfong could only kill them under the precondition that they didn't know about this ability. Now that they knew what to expect of Shurfong, it would become extremely difficult for Shurfong to kill them. After all, they had their own trump cards. It was just that they didn't wish to use these trump cards. However, so long as they used their trump cards, Shurfong could do nothing against them. On the contrary, they might even have a chance of killing Shurfong. However, they prepared to use these trump cards for the medium shipyard competition later. If they used them now, the other hegemonic powers would definitely come up with a counter. "How funny! You were the ones who attacked me first, yet you are saying that we should stop fighting now." Shurfong laughed. "Do you think I'm some kind of pushover? Don't go too far, Black Flame. You might be strong, but you're not invincible." One Step coldly said, "If we disregard all costs and attack you, you won't be getting away easily. It'll also be impossible for you to kill us. Let me see what kind of ability you people have, then." Shurfong said, chuckling before manipulating his frost swords to attack once more. With Florence out of the way, One Step and Convict had to face 3 frost swords simultaneously. A sword's orbit executed by 3 frost swords simply wasn't something the two could defend against, so their HP quickly fell. One Step's and Convict's HP fell below the 30% mark in less than 5 seconds. Even a master regeneration potion wasn't enough to help them mitigate the incoming damage. Eventually, One Step took a deep breath and signaled Convict with his eyes. Then he glared at Shifeng and bellowed, "Black Flame, you forced our hand." As soon as One Step finished speaking, his body suddenly expanded into a 10-meter-tall giant, and a demonic glow enveloped his body. In addition, the aura he exuded was so powerful that it had started to destabilize the space around him. Tier 4, Legacy Skill, Titan Awakening. All basic attributes increased by 200%. Since you've made me use this move, don't even think of leaving this place alive today. Immediately, One Step brandished his greatsword, which had similarly been enlarged to have a 10-meter-long blade, knocking away all 6 frost swords over 100 yards away with just 2 sword lights. Then, he appeared within 100 yards of Shifeng and sent over a dozen sword lights flying at Shifeng, thoroughly sealing all of Shifeng's escape routes. As for Convict, he quietly observed the exchange. His plan was to fight a battle of attrition with Shifeng, so he decided to let One Step attack Shifeng without him for now. If One Step could finish Shifeng off, great. If not, he would strike when Shifeng was exhausted. "Is this all you have?" Shifeng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the sword lights attacking him and sealing his escape routes. Then, the winter of eternal night, he wielded suddenly transformed into a stream of energy that flowed into his body. God Slayer. Immediately, Shifeng's mana and concentration increased to an unprecedented height. At the same time, his naturally formed mana domain also transformed, and a miniature world began to expand with him at the center. Halt! As soon as Shifeng spoke, the sword lights approaching him abruptly stopped, and the energy used to compose them vanished without a trace. In addition, before anyone realized it, Shifeng had already appeared in front of One Step and grabbed the blade of One Step's greatsword with his right hand. Not only did the greatsword lose all of its ability to move, but it didn't even manage to reduce Shifeng's HP by 1 point. For a time, both One Step and Convict were stupefied. At the same time, a look of horror also gradually appeared on their faces. W-World Creation. I am possible. Melissa, still busy defending herself against Shifeng's frost swords, uttered these words under her breath in shock and disbelief. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274, Consecutive Falls. Chapter 274, Consecutive Falls. This is spatial imprisonment. When Convict noticed the space surrounding him had become frozen solid, and saw Shifeng grabbing One Step's enlarged greatsword with one hand, his expression turned incredibly grave. World creation? One Step was one of Divine Hunter's veteran paragons. Although he no longer had the legendary weapon and equipment he used in the Greater God's domain, he could still unleash tremendous strength when he went all out. Even at Tier 4, with the help of his Titan bloodline and swordsmanship, he could hold his ground against Tier 5 monsters of the same level. Tier 5 monsters. These existences were leagues above Tier 4 mythic monsters. They were moving disasters capable of single-handedly destroying an entire kingdom, and not even a force of several Tier 5 players would be enough to kill a Tier 5 monster. So, one could easily imagine how powerful One Step was after going all out to be able to hold his ground against a Tier 5 monster. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was unrivaled among Tier 4 players when it came to frontal confrontations. This was also why Divine Hunters had chosen to let One Step get promoted to Tier 4 first instead of Balroghart. Previously, if anyone were to tell Convict that someone could receive One Step's all-out attack with their bare hands, he would definitely think that this person was high. But now, such a scene had taken place before his very eyes. In Convict's mind, The only thing that could allow a player to accomplish such an absurd feat was world creation's spatial imprisonment ability. However, world creation logically shouldn't be something Tier 4 players could achieve. Even among Tier 5 players, world creation was something that could only be achieved by paragons who had mastered mana to an incredibly high standard. This was because world creation was the act of subliming one's mana domain into a miniature world, transforming the space that one's mana covered into one's own world. Meanwhile, within this world, be it space or mana, everything would be subjected to the caster's will. An example would be the current situation. Even though Convict was surrounded by air, he felt as if he was trapped within a block of metal. The ambient mana that he could previously use to his favor had also become a poison that constantly tried to invade and erode his body. In this situation, he had no choice but to focus a significant portion of his own mana on defending against the invading mana. Otherwise, his body would get eroded and ruined in no time. Meanwhile, when One Step saw Sherfong looking at him with a smile, he subconsciously shuddered and hurriedly shouted to his two allies in the distance, "Convict! Melissa! Attack! Otherwise, none of us will leave here alive." Sherfeng's strength had completely exceeded their imaginations. Any Tier 5 player capable of grasping world creation would be invincible under Tier 6. Although Sherfong was only at Tier 4 right now, One Step did not think, even for a moment, that he could face Sherfong in a frontal confrontation. It was just like the current situation. So long as Sherfong wanted to, he could suppress him with just a thought. Even his berserk skill would be rendered useless. Currently, their only hope of escaping with their lives was to split Sherfeng's attention. World creation's spatial imprisonment was incredibly taxing to maintain. It might be fine if it was used against only one opponent, but against multiple players, a world creation expert would have no choice but to weaken the spatial imprisonment they placed on each target. Otherwise, their mind would have trouble keeping up, and they would leave themselves open to attacks. Meanwhile, the average world creation expert could only exhibit a thorough spatial imprisonment when going up against one opponent. If they wanted to suppress two or more targets, the power of their spatial imprisonment would grow weaker and weaker. We are hosted novel. Find us on Google. Of course, even the natural suppression effect of world creation wasn't something the average Tier 4 experts could resist. A Tier 4 expert would need to have Tier 5 combat power, at the very least, to fight normally. Meanwhile, the scene of One Step calling for help stunned not only the various powers on the sea, but also Melissa, who had already planned to conduct a rescue even before One Step's call for help. Nobody thought that One Step, a representative of Divine Hunters, would ask Shadow Emperor Convict and Dark Banner Melissa for help. It should be known that Divine Hunters and Morning Light were rivals. Previously, it was precisely because One Step worried that he would get backstabbed by Morning Light's duo that he had kept his guard up around the two and chose to clash with Sherfong without their help. Yet now One Step had seemingly stopped caring about this concern. He had even planned to execute a pincer attack with Convict and Melissa. Not even the top 10 experts on the God-ranked expert list had received such treatment from One Step before. It seems we cannot hold back anymore. Convict took a deep breath when he saw that Sherfong remained unscathed even until this moment. Melissa, we'll attack together. It seems that's our only option, Melissa said, sighing as she put away her flag with a pained expression. I originally planned to save this for the God list's top 10 monsters. I never thought I would use it on an unknown expert. What a loss this is. When Melissa finished speaking, a golden bone spear appeared in her hands. Immediately afterward, mana began congregating around Melissa, Sherfeng's spatial imprisonment having no effect on her whatsoever. Then, in the blink of an eye, an army of fully armed NPCs appeared around Melissa. Every one of these NPCs was at level 125, Tier 4. These NPCs numbered 100, and they wore standardized equipment sets that joined together to form a complex battle array. Under the effects of this battle array, these Tier 4 NPCs became immune to the suppression of Shifeng's world creation. While the army of Tier 4 NPCs was flying toward Shifeng, Convict, wielding his two short swords, transformed into an untouchable shadow that appeared behind Shifeng in the blink of an eye. As for One Step, not willing to be overshadowed, put greater strength into his arms and shook away Shifeng's hand that was holding onto his greatsword. Then he promptly brandished his weapon and swung 3 black moons at Shifeng. The power of the black moons was so great that not even Shifeng's world creation could influence them. This scene caused the various powers members watching from the sea's surface to gasp. So, these are Divine Hunters and Morning Light's apex combatants. The strength One Step, Convict, and Melissa were currently displaying greatly shocked even the various hegemonic powers titled experts. Even an NPC city would crumble in the face of such might, let alone a single Tier 4 player. Interesting. I didn't think you 3 still had more cards to use. Shifeng chuckled when he saw the trio before him increasing their strength even further. Then, without any foreshadowing, he abruptly executed a horizontal slash at his surroundings with the Winter of Eternal Night. Third Sword, Holy Annihilation. This was the final move of the Holy Annihilation mana technique. Usually, it wasn't a technique that could be used at Tier 4. However, under the strengthening effect of Godslayer, Shifeng could use this move normally now. At this moment, be it One Step, Convict, Melissa, or the spectating players down below, everyone felt as if time had stopped, none capable of moving their bodies. The only thing that remained in motion was Shifeng's Winter of Eternal Night. Subsequently, when Shifeng's Winter of Eternal Night came into contact with One Step's 3 black moons, the black moons split apart as if they were made of paper. Then, Shifeng's sword passed through One Step's gigantic body and Convict's incorporeal body. Meanwhile, all One Step and Convict could do was watch all this happen. When Shifeng completed his slash, time began moving normally again. At the same time, Titan Sword One Step's and Shadow Emperor Convict's bodies split into 2 halves that fell into the sea down below. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275, Crying Sea City Shocked. Chapter 275, Crying Sea City Shocked They're Dead. When One Step's and Convict's corpses fell into the sea, Melissa momentarily forgot to command her NPC army, the corners of her eyes trembling slightly as she looked at Shifeng in horror. Indeed, Melissa, a veteran paragon of morning light and an existence standing at the top of the greater God's domain, was currently experiencing fear. After all, how could she not be afraid? Strong as One Step and Convict were, the 2 of them together had fallen to just 1 slash from Shifeng. For a moment, Melissa couldn't help but wonder if Shifeng truly was just a Tier 4 player. Before Melissa could recover from her shock, she saw Shifeng collecting the items One Step and Convict dropped and appearing within 100 yards of her. Despite 100 Tier 4 NPCs guarding Melissa, Shifeng behaved as if these NPCs did not exist as he calmly said to Melissa, "You're the only one left. You should reveal whatever cards you have left. I know this isn't all you have." Melissa was different from the 3 experts he had just defeated. During his previous life, the other 3 experts' highest achievement was becoming titled experts. Melissa, on the other hand, had been conferred the position of Grand Elder in the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Even her title at that time was different from her current title, Immortal Queen. This was Melissa's true title. And the reason for this title was because not once had Melissa died an actual death in God's domain. When she heard Shifeng's words, Melissa's fear instantly turned into surprise. Then, after taking a deep breath, she looked at Shifeng and said, "You're a really terrifying person. You've never let your guard down in the slightest. You still have your full attention on me even until this very moment. Why? Do you not think you are worthy of this attention?" Shurfeng, the number of people conferred with the position of Grand Elder in the Seven Luminaries Alliance, did not even reach double digits. Every one of these existences was a monster among monsters, and not even apex powers would dare to offend them. Although Melissa was only a titled expert currently, and had even entered the miniature ancient world, her true strength definitely wasn't limited to what she had shown thus far. Otherwise, she couldn't have become Morning Light's third vice guild leader at such a young age. If one were to compare the performances of Shadow Emperor Convict and Melissa during this battle, Convict would be in no way inferior to Melissa. Yet, Convict was only the commander of a trump card legion in Morning Light. It was also the case with Titan Sword One Step, his position in Divine Hunters being only that of a trump card legion's commander. Hence, Melissa absolutely wasn't as simple as she portrayed herself. Although I don't know how you noticed it. "I will be withdrawing for today," Melissa said after taking a deep breath. Before anyone realized it, a stone covered in divine runes had appeared in her hand. Then she crushed the stone, which in turn caused her body to begin fading out of existence in front of everyone's eyes. But do not think you can establish a foothold in Crying Sea City just because you've defeated the four of us. What you've done today is simply incite us even further. You have no idea what kind of existences you have offended. Shurfeng looked at Melissa's fading figure. Then he faintly smiled and said, "We'll see about that." He dared to challenge even apex powers during his previous life, let alone the current Divine Hunters and Morning Light. After Melissa disappeared, it took a while for the various powers experts down below to react. She fled. She withdrew just like that. When everyone looked at the vanishing NPC army, they felt like they were in a dream. They simply couldn't understand why Melissa had chosen to run away. After all, if Melissa chose to fight, she wasn't without a chance of killing Shurfeng. It should be known that Melissa had an army of 100 Tier 4 NPCs at her command. Moreover, these NPCs were empowered by a battle array. Even if Shurfeng had the ability to kill One Step and Convict in a single move, his chances of winning against 100 Tier 4 NPCs wouldn't be very high. After all, NPCs weren't players. They had much more HP than players. They also possessed many more Tier 4 skills and spells than players. A force of 100 Tier 4 NPCs was enough to slay even Tier 5 monsters. Facing the encirclement of 100 Tier 4 NPCs, even Shurfeng would need to kill Melissa as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be whittled down and killed by the NPCs. In addition, Melissa was known to be invincible at sea. She would be a troublesome foe for anyone incapable of killing her instantly, so the odds of winning should be evenly split between the two. It simply didn't make sense for Melissa to withdraw so soon. Melissa is still as mysterious as always, Favre thought when she saw Melissa disappearing. Then she looked at Shurfeng, a hint of curiosity appearing in her eyes as she wondered, could Black Flame still have more strength hidden? Favre would be lying if she said she wasn't shocked by Shurfeng's accomplishment. Shurfeng had faced 4 Tier 4 titled experts simultaneously. Yet he had emerged victorious, killing 3 of his 4 opponents and scaring the last one into fleeing. Moreover, he had even killed 2 veteran paragons in a single move. However, Favre understood Melissa very well. Melissa had always been an incredibly mysterious person. Nobody had ever seen Melissa dying before. She had survived even when she went against a Tier 6 god as a Tier 5 player in the Greater Gods domain. Yet, even though her current opponent was only a Tier 4 player, Melissa had chosen to flee without putting up a fight. This was very uncharacteristic of Melissa. The only explanation Favre could think of was that Melissa had noticed something that left her with no choice but to escape. While the various powers were left puzzled by this outcome, Hidden Soul, Lu Wusheng, and the other members of Azura grew ecstatic over this situation. He won. Guild leader Black Flame is amazing. He killed 3 out of 4 of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's Tier 4 experts. This is going to be a huge loss for the 2 guilds. With this, our mercenary alliance will have a real chance at securing Crying Sea City's medium shipyard. Previously, the Azura Mercenary Alliance could only barely survive in Crying Sea City. The Mercenary Alliance simply could not compete with the myriad world's superpowers, let alone the hegemonic powers. However, now that Shifeng had shown himself strong enough to win against 4 of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's Tier 4 experts, the Azura Mercenary Alliance would likely secure an administrative spot in Crying Sea City's medium shipyard. Then, with the advanced ships that could be created through the medium shipyard, Azura could quickly make up for its lack of capable experts out at sea. Moreover, with the Primordial Tower's training effect, the Azura Mercenary Alliance would definitely grow stronger as a whole as time passed. Combined with the medium shipyard, it would only be a matter of time before Azura became a hegemonic power in the miniature ancient world. This was something not even the 5 great super guilds would dare to dream of accomplishing. News of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's encirclement failing quickly spread throughout Crying Sea City and caused an uproar. Nobody thought the city's top 2 guilds would be hiding Tier 4 experts. Even more surprising was that these 4 Tier 4 titled experts had suffered a miserable defeat at the hands of an expert hardly anybody knew about. In no time, the name of Black Flame became known by everyone in Crying Sea City. The myriad world's various powers began frantically looking into Black Flame's identity to try and understand his past. Not even Zero Wing was spared from their investigations. While the myriad world's powers were investigating Black Flame and Zero Wing on a large floating island in the real world, an impromptu meeting was being held in the top-floor conference room of the Green God Corporation's main headquarters. At this time, a young beauty looking to be in her early 20s cautiously looked toward the young woman sitting at the head of the conference table and said, "Vice President, according to our latest information, Zero Wing's Black Flame has killed 3 of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's Tier 4 titled experts, and it is very likely that the Azura Mercenary Alliance will secure a spot in Crying Sea City's medium shipyard in the future. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 276, God List Rankings. Chapter 276, God List Rankings, Zero Wing. Something came to Xia Qingying's mind when she heard this name. Then she looked at the young beauty reporting to her and asked, "Luwen, are you talking about the Zero Wing that received 5 million star coins from the Galaxy Corporation?" "That's right." The young beauty named Lu Wen nodded. Shifeng, Zero Wing's member who we sent to Star Lake City previously, has performed excellently in the Star Lake Legion selection, coming in 100th place on his first attempt at the test. If Zero Wing can secure Crying Sea City's medium shipyard, it is likely to grow into a hegemonic power in the future. If Zero Wing has the Green God Corporation's resource assistance on top of that, it is 100% certain to become a hegemonic power. Zero Wing indeed has a lot of potential, Xia Qingying said, nodding as she read Zero Wing's information. Although it has only been established recently, its development in the miniature ancient world is rapid. Zero Wing also has an expert like Black Flame. With Black Flame's recent achievement, he should get into the God List top 10 in the next update if nothing unexpected crops up. Moreover, Zero Wing can more or less be considered a local power of our world, so it indeed qualifies to be nurtured by the Green God Corporation. Isn't it too early to make a decision? Vice President Xia, a young, handsome man, suddenly spoke up. Zero Wing might have good potential, but the Green God Corporation's resources don't fall from the sky. We cannot afford to waste the resources we've had to go to great lengths to earn in the greater world. Otherwise, we won't have enough to give to powers with true potential. The dozen or so Green God Corporation executives present nodded in agreement with the young man's words. That's right. The corporation's resources are earned from many years of effort and accumulation in the greater world. Now that our world's survival relies on these resources, we must maximize the use of every bit. Indeed, we should choose our partners well. We have only been nurturing individual experts previously. Although some of these individuals have made some achievements in the greater world, most of them have merely been a waste of our resources. None of them have managed to climb into the upper echelons of the various cities and gain true authority. Now that we are trying to nurture entire powers to give our world some authority in the God's Domain Association, we must be even more careful with our resources. We will not have a second chance if we invest in the wrong power. The executives voiced their opinions one after another, all of them agreeing with the young man's words. They didn't think the young man was overstepping his boundaries by speaking against Xia Yingqing. After all, the young man was Jiang Yao, the new vice president appointed by the president. Moreover, Jiang Yao earned this position by making a considerable contribution. Specifically, he had helped the Green God Corporation form a partnership with a corporation in the greater world, saving the Green God Corporation a lot of trouble in its upcoming plans. Even if Zero Wing receives the Green God Corporation support, it will only become an ordinary hegemonic power in the future. However, an ordinary hegemonic power is useless to our world. Jiang Yao continued when he saw that the other executives agreed with him. What we need is an upper-ranking hegemonic power. We've previously already agreed that the Flower of Seven Sins is the most likely power in our world to become an upper-ranking hegemonic power in the greater God's domain. We currently only have 1 Grade 1 resource and 4 Grade 2 resource recommendation slots. But if you find that Zero Wing is a qualified candidate, we can give Zero Wing a Grade 2 resource slot, Vice President Xia. None of the executives present voiced an opinion against Jiang Yao's suggestion. The Flower of Seven Sins' recent performance was clear for all to see. Currently, Thousand Scars had already climbed to the 41st rank in the Star Lake Legion selection and completed the Paimon Corporation's test. Now that she had become an internal member of the Paimon Corporation, she had a very high chance of joining the corporation's middle management in the future. As for the miniature ancient world side, the Flower of Seven Sins had achieved meteoric growth when it came to its experts. Currently, the Flower of Seven Sins already had more than 50 God-ranked experts and several fourth-floor experts. It even had 2 monsters on the main continent who were nearly as strong as the top 10 monsters on the miniature ancient world's God-ranked expert list. The Flower of Seven Sins' comprehensive strength was vastly superior to Zero Wing. If the Flower of Seven Sins could receive the Green God Corporation's resource assistance, it probably wouldn't take long to become a hegemonic power. Of course, that wasn't to say Zero Wing was weak. While it might not match the Flower of Seven Sins' potential, it had Black Flame, an expert capable of entering the God-ranked expert list's top 10. Black Flame's presence would increase Zero Wing's fame in the myriad worlds significantly, so the guild similarly had great growth potential. As you wish. Xia Qingying frowned at the executive's reaction. However, she did not speak any further. Others might not know how the Flower of Seven Sins had suddenly achieved such explosive growth in its God-ranked expert count, but Xia Qingying knew it very well. It was only because Jiang Yao had given the Flower of Seven Sins the resources in his possession that the Flower of Seven Sins managed to gain such a large batch of God-ranked experts. Meanwhile, there was a significant difference between the Green God Corporation's Grade 1 resource slot and Grade 2 resource slot. Grade 2 resource slots only included resources available in the upper zone, whereas Grade 1 resource slots included resources in the greater world. There was at least a tenfold gap simply in the basic resources offered, let alone the resources provided for nurturing core experts. However, Jiang Yao was also right in saying that the Green God Corporation did not need to nurture an ordinary hegemonic power. Instead, it needed an upper-ranking hegemonic power that could gain real authority in the God's Domain Association. Zero Wing certainly had great potential, but there was no hope for it to become an upper-ranking hegemonic power in the greater God's domain. The difference in resources and expert count between the Flower of Seven Sins and Zero Wing was simply too massive. Had Zero Wing started its development 10 years earlier, it might have had a chance at acquiring the Grade 1 resource slot. Unfortunately, reality was a cruel mistress. Miniature ancient world, Crying Sea City. Because of Shifeng's battle outside the city, a swarm of local experts had flooded Zero Wing's temporary residence in the Adventurers Association to apply for the guild. Meanwhile, in the association's lobby, the various foreign powers members also discussed Zero Wing, the scene causing local players to feel a sense of pride. It was especially true for Zero Wing's members. In the past, whenever the various foreign players came to the Adventurers Association to pick up quests, they would always be discussing the experts of other gods' domain and wondering which expert could get into the god-ranked expert list and how high these experts could rank. Now, the situation had changed as everyone was discussing and wondering how highly Black Flame would rank on the god-ranked expert list. For the time being, everyone was certain Black Flame could get into the top 10, though how highly he could place within the top 10 was still up for debate. However, even if Black Flame only came in 10th place, it would still be of significant help to Zero Wing. After all, before today, everyone who managed to get within the God-ranked expert list's top 10 came from a higher God's domain and sat in high positions in the Greater World's God's Domain Association. Meanwhile, the benefits of having such a position in the God's Domain Association would help a power greatly in the Greater God's Domain. Zero Wing's temporary residence, Guild Leader's office. I have already relayed all the information the Green God Corporation wishes to convey to you, Guild Leader Black Flame. So long as you sign the contract, Zero Wing will receive the Green God Corporation's Grade 2 resource slot and the corporation's full support in the Greater God's domain. In exchange, the corporation only asks for 20% of Zero Wing's shares. Lu Wen, a level 124 oracle dressed in a red sacred robe and going by the name of Colorful Lunarite in-game, said, "The Green God Corporation might not be as powerful as the Greater World's conglomerates, but it is still a mid to upper level corporation in the Greater World. It can offer significant development assistance to a power in the Greater God's domain. I'm sure you should know about this, Guild Leader Black Flame." "This is indeed a tempting offer," Shifeng said, nodding. However, he then shook his head and continued, "But I cannot agree to it. This is a condition no other corporation in the Greater World will offer to Zero Wing, Guild Leader Black Flame. The reason the Green God Corporation is willing to do so is to support local forces," Colorful Lunarite said. She was greatly confused by Shifeng's answer. She couldn't understand why Shifeng would reject such an excellent offer. So long as Zero Wing has the Green God Corporation's assistance, it can quickly grow into a hegemonic power and gain control over many towns, cities, and resource nodes. Zero Wing will not have to worry about not having a living place in the greater world for its members. "You are right." Shifeng nodded. Although Colorful Lunarite was a support-focused oracle, the aura she radiated was comparable to Tier 3 titled experts. Moreover, she was ridiculously young, looking no more than 25. Colorful Lunarite's existence was a testament to the Green God Corporation's strength. But the Green God Corporation should be aware that Zero Wing, or more specifically, the Azura Mercenary Alliance, is in conflict with the Flower of Seven Sins. If the Green God Corporation is sincere about this partnership, then dismiss the partnership with the Flower of Seven Sins. Otherwise, Zero Wing will not partner with the Green God Corporation. This is simply not possible. When colorful Lunarite looked at Shifeng's firm gaze, she couldn't help but feel that the man was crazy. There was no way the Green God Corporation would agree to abandon the Flower of Seven Sins for Zero Wing's sake. It should be known that Zero Wing could only receive this slot because of Xia Qingying's recommendation. Otherwise, the guild wouldn't even be considered for a Grade 2 resource slot. A partnership cannot be formed. Then, Shifeng said definitively. Seeing that Shifeng had no intentions of changing his mind, Colorful Lunarite had no choice but to leave and report this matter to Xia Qingying. In Colorful Lunarite's opinion, Shifeng was behaving too arrogantly. He had no idea how large of a gap there existed between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. The two couldn't be put on the same scale at all. Shifeng would sooner or later come to regret his decision today. Shortly after Colorful Lunarite left Zero Wing, night fell in crying Sea City. At this time, the Seven Luminaries Alliance suddenly published a new version of the God-ranked expert list. As soon as the list came out, an uproar occurred in the entire miniature ancient world. This was because the God-ranked expert list's top 5 positions that had never changed since the list's introduction in the miniature ancient world had finally seen a change. There was even a new name among these top 5 positions. Black Flame. 4th place. TL Notes. Fixed a mistake I made in Chapter 257, August 15th, 2022, even a conglomerate like the Green God Corporation even the Green God Corporation. No idea what I was smoking that day. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277, Azura Sword Emperor. Chapter 277, Azura Sword Emperor. As night fell in the Dead Soul Sea, a fleet of 30-plus advanced ships docked by a small island. The Dead Soul Sea was a level 125-plus map, and the sea monsters found here were mostly at level 127 or above. Moreover, unlike sea monsters in other places, the Dead Soul sea monsters were incredibly nimble and hard to kill. Even the various hegemonic powers' main fleets would be reluctant to spend time in this place, let alone spend a night on an island in the Dead Soul Sea. Once night fell in the top of 2 worlds, many sea monsters would leave the sea to rest on islands. Because of this, the density of sea monsters one would come across on islands at night would be at least 10 times greater than during the day. So, very few players would be willing to spend the night on an island. Yet, the players of this fleet of advanced ships behaved oppositely. They showed great enthusiasm when they saw the sea monsters emerging from the sea, their behavior making it seem as if the sea monsters were talking treasure troves. We've collected 97 legacy stones so far, Big Sis Omen. 3 more, and we can synthesize a legacy crystal. Summer Wolf, who had already reached level 121, excitedly reported to Death Omen, who had just single-handedly defeated over a dozen level 127 Grand Lord-ranked sea monsters. Once we have the legacy crystal, you can use it to get promoted to Tier 4, and the Flower of Seven Sins will have its second Tier 4 expert. At that time, we can secure Black Gold City's medium shipyard. The medium shipyard is not going to happen. I might have grown a lot stronger and acquired a special legacy, but even if I reach Tier 4 and work together with Gluttony, we have 0 chances at securing a slot in the medium shipyard, Death Omen said, shaking her head. The best we can do is secure a small shipyard. Even reaching Tier 4 is not enough. Summer Wolf exclaimed. If he is only Tier 3, I am confident I can beat him after I reach Tier 4. However, this is Sky Flash we are talking about. He is ranked 5th on the God list. There is no way he is still stuck at Tier 3, Death Omen explained. Only the great commander will have a chance at defeating that person under the same tier. Summer Wolf did not doubt Death Omen's judgment. MYB0X and 0VEL. When the God-ranked expert list was first introduced into the miniature ancient world, the top 20 positions would see frequent changes in owners. However, it was a different story for the top 5 positions. The owners of those 5 ranks had never changed since the God-ranked expert list appeared, and the 5 players occupying these 5 positions were now labeled as the 5 disasters by the Myriad World's powers. The reason these 5 players were labeled as disasters was simple. Should one provoke any of these players, the consequences one suffered would be akin to facing a disaster. Big Sis Omen, what rank do you think Black Flame will receive now that he has single-handedly beaten 4 of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's tier 4 titled experts? Top 10 or top 5? Summer Wolf asked curiously. Summer Wolf was personally very curious to learn exactly how powerful the God-ranked expert list's top 20 experts were. Even as a domain realm expert, he couldn't even begin to guess how strong those experts were. This was because every one of those experts was a beyond domain realm expert. Only Death Omen, who had fought against beyond domain realm experts before and could now be considered a titled expert, could answer such a question. Although the 7 Luminaries Alliance would update the God-ranked expert list's rankings once every 3 days, Summer Wolf still couldn't help but wonder what rank Black Flame would receive. Top 5 is out of the question, but he will definitely get into the top 10. If I were to harbor a guess, he should be ranked 7th or 8th, Death Omen said definitively. Unlike Summer Wolf, she had seen Sky Flash, the 5th ranked player on the God list, in person. When standing in that monster's presence, she only felt despair, and her mind instinctively warned her to stay as far away as possible from him. This was the 2nd player she had felt such a feeling after the Flower of 7, Sin's Great Commander. This was also why she felt that only the Great Commander had a chance at defeating Sky Flash. Of course, she also had to admit that Black Flame's performance outside Crying Sea City was astonishing. It was incredible that he managed to kill 3 veteran paragons and repel one all by himself. If not for the God list's top 5 players being overly strong, Black Flame could definitely achieve a much higher rank. Shortly after Death Omen finished speaking, a liaison officer of the Flower of 7 Sins suddenly approached her, an excited expression on his face as he held a list he had just finished writing. Commander, the 7 Luminaries Alliance just published a new version of the God-ranked expert list. Here are the latest rankings. Wasn't the God list updated only yesterday? Why did it get updated again now? Summer Wolf grew confused as he received the list. It was common knowledge that the God-ranked expert list would only get updated once every 3 days. This had never changed since the list was introduced in the miniature ancient world. This impromptu update was definitely a first. Not much has changed to the list, Death Omen said, as she scanned the list from top to bottom. Then she saw something that piqued her curiosity as she muttered, "Prayer is in 8th, and blood perforation is in 7th? Why have their ranks dropped? Could Black Flame be ranked 6th? As Death Omen continued down the list, her gaze abruptly stopped at the 4th place, her eyes widening in utter disbelief. 4th, Black Flame. MYB 0X and 0VEL. As for Sky Flash, the person she felt intimidated by, he had fallen to 6th place. There was also a small introduction attached to Black Flame's name. Defeated 4 titled experts outside Crying Sea City, mastered world creation, and slayed 2 titled experts in one move. The 7 Luminaries Alliance awards Black Flame the title of Azura Sword Emperor. 4th place, another disaster? Summer Wolf was similarly dumbfounded by the Seven Luminaries Alliance's latest version of the God-ranked expert list. It should be known that the God list's top 5 experts were individuals greatly feared by even the various hegemonic powers. Moreover, every one of them had monopolized an entire medium shipyard for themselves. Yet, now, another expert of such caliber had appeared. Moreover, this expert was even the Flower of Seven Sins' enemy. In a certain upper zone, inside the top-floor office of a Green God Corporation building, "I've tried my best, Vice President Xia," Lu Wen said, sighing after she finished reporting to Xia Qingying regarding Zero Wing's answer to the Green God Corporation's partnership offer. When she recalled Shifeng's response to the offer, she couldn't help but feel infuriated. Zero Wing's Black Flame is simply a lunatic. He simply refuses to listen to any advice. He even tried to get us to choose between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. Shifeng's achievement of defeating 4 titled experts was indeed amazing. However, such an achievement was nowhere near enough to bridge the gap between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. After all, according to the Green God Corporation's evaluation, Zero Wing only had the potential to become an ordinary hegemonic power, whereas the Flower of Seven Sins had the potential to become an upper-ranking hegemonic power. Lunatic Xia Qingying, sitting behind her desk, smiled when she heard Lu Wen's words. Then, she handed a list to Lu Wen and said, "But I think Black Flame is very sane. Here, take a look at the latest God-ranked expert list." Lu Wen was initially confused by Xia Qingying's words. However, she quickly became stunned when she looked at the list on the desk. God list's 4th place, Azura, Sword Emperor. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 278, Metamorphosis. Chapter 278, Metamorphosis, 4th on the God list. How is this possible? The anger and dissatisfaction on Lu Wen's face vanished when she saw the updated God-ranked expert list, and replacing those emotions was shock and confusion. Shifeng had merely defeated 4 titled experts. While such a feat was indeed amazing, it still shouldn't be anywhere near enough to put him on par with those 5 people. This was because every one of those 5 monsters had single-handedly defeated 6 or more titled experts simultaneously ever since they arrived in the miniature ancient world. Every one of them possessed unimaginable strength, and just one of them could serve as the foundation for an ordinary hegemonic power to fight to become an upper-ranking hegemonic power. However, when she stood before Shifeng previously, she didn't get the feeling that he was a powerhouse at all. She also didn't think that he was concealing his aura from her. While it was true that most experts in God's domain could hide their aura, maintaining this action was exhausting. It was akin to a person blinking. A person might be able to keep themselves from blinking, but it'd be impossible to do so across a long period since it would be extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, even a beyond domain realm expert would have difficulty behaving naturally while maintaining such a state. It was especially true when dealing with experts of her caliber. With her vastly strengthened senses, she would notice even the slightest hint of unnaturalness. The time she spent with Shifeng was by no means short. If Shifeng really was suppressing his aura, he definitely couldn't have fooled her. An army of 1,000 is easy to raise, but a capable general is hard to find. An expert of such caliber is indispensable for all powers. Xia Qingying did not try to resolve Lu Wen's confusion. Instead, she looked at the God list with an excited expression as she said, "Even the Green God Corporation is no exception." "Vice President Xia, are you saying that we should, unable to help herself," Lu Wen asked, "agree to Black Flame's condition?" As a talent nurtured by the Green God Corporation, Lu Wen naturally understood the importance of experts of Shifeng's caliber. In the eyes of the various hegemonic powers, and the Green God Corporation, titled experts might be important, but they were by no means indispensable. However, it was a different story for experts capable of going against common sense. But the Flower of Seven Sins was no pushover, either. It was especially true for the organization's mysterious Great Commander. The Great Commander might not be any weaker than Shi Feng when it came to individual prowess. Visit Zero Wing tomorrow, and tell Black Flame that we can negotiate on that matter, Xia Qingying said without hesitation. What if Black Flame still refuses? Lu Wen asked worriedly. Smiling, Xia Qingying looked Lu Wen in the eye and said, then do whatever it takes to get him to agree. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's temporary residence, Guild Leader, things have gotten crazy in Zero Wing and Azura ever since the latest God-ranked expert list came out, Su Qianlu said as she entered Shi Feng's office, a bitter smile on her face. I was worried about the guild not having enough fresh talent a few days ago, but now, I'm afraid the S-rank nutrient fluids we have on hand are nowhere near enough to meet the demand of all the geniuses we just recruited. The current Zero Wing was in the spotlight of the miniature ancient world, so it was the best opportunity for the guild to develop. Unfortunately, Zero Wing lacked resources, so it couldn't nurture a large number of its own geniuses even if it wanted. Currently, Zero Wing's resources were already stretched thin just after recruiting a little over 10,000 geniuses. Shi Feng wasn't surprised by this situation. Instead, he smiled and asked, how are the main force members' training and bloodline allocation coming along? Any power that wished to grow stronger in God's domain didn't require only in-game resources. It would also need real-world potions, such as S-rank nutrient fluids. Otherwise, the development of the brain would be dragged down due to insufficient nutrition. The various superpowers in God's domain each had their own stable sources to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids. As for first dash, second dash, and third-rate guilds, they didn't have a stable source. This was also why there was such a huge gap between superpowers and non-superpowers. Currently, Zero Wing was in the same predicament as the various non-superpowers. Apart from the S-rank nutrient fluids it earned through nurturing the geniuses of other powers, it didn't have any other sources to acquire S-rank nutrient fluids from. In reality, Su Qianlu had already done very well by keeping Zero Wing's requirements met by relying solely on an unstable source of several hundred bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. After roughly 2 weeks of effort, the main force members have already grasped the silver combat techniques that are compatible with them. We have also finished allocating the advanced lineage crystals already. We have paid a significant cost to do so, and it's hard to even find advanced lineage crystals sold on the market now, Su Qianlu said, feeling a little proud of herself. Currently, our main force is only inferior to the various hegemonic powers' main force. Even witches' Sin's main force members are envious of ours. You've worked hard. When Shi Feng heard Su Qianliu's report, he could already imagine the envious expressions the various powers would have once they saw Zero Wing's main force. After all, even the various hegemonic powers would have difficulty coming up with a main force of such caliber in the current miniature ancient world. Shi Feng also understood that Su Qianlu must have gone through a lot of trouble to accomplish these matters. Be it purchasing silver combat techniques or advanced lineage crystals, both matters required a lot of negotiations with many powers. Moreover, Su Qianlu had to be incredibly careful while conducting these negotiations. Otherwise, if other powers learned of Zero Wing's goal, it would become incredibly difficult for Zero Wing to produce such a main force. Can you tell me why you need such a main force now, Guild Leader? Su Qianlu asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. She had practically burnt all of Abyssal Star City's earnings to develop Zero Wing's main force. No other power would dare to make such a reckless investment. It should be known that this was an investment of tens of millions of gold coins. Such a sum of money was enough to fully arm an army of 10,000 in epic equipment. Yet, Zero Wing had invested such a large sum of money into a mere team of 100 players. To earn money, Shifeng said, chuckling, "We are going to earn the power necessary for Zero Wing and Azura to take over the entire miniature ancient world. Is such a thing even possible?" Su Qianlu couldn't help but feel that Shifeng was joking with her. Currently, Zero Wing's main force wasn't even strong enough to win against the various hegemonic powers' main force. In such a situation, saying that they were going to earn enough money and power to take over the entire miniature ancient world was no different than talking about fantasy. "It's a little late today. Have everyone gather up tomorrow morning," Shifeng said, smiling. He did not bother giving any additional explanations. If they only had Zero Wing's current main force to rely on, they naturally couldn't take over the miniature ancient world. However, he had the 7 Luminaries Codex. So long as he had a sufficiently strong team, he could easily earn a large amount of resources. Now that the various powers barely had any Tier 4 players, their range of activity in the top of 2 worlds was considerably limited. They couldn't venture to dangerous areas that were rich in resource nodes. They also couldn't reach the world bosses located in these maps. It should be known that world bosses played a crucial role in the struggle between the various powers. This was because world bosses were tied to something that was of utmost importance to the various powers: flying mounts. This was an item capable of overturning the status quo in the top of 2 worlds. With flying mounts, a power could achieve rapid travel between the various cities. This meant that it would no longer have to restrict its base of operations to one particular city. It could also conduct trade with a much larger market. "I'll inform the others, then." Although Su Qianlu was curious as to what Shifeng had planned, it was already late at night now. It would be dangerous to carry out an operation outside the city at night. Since Shifeng didn't wish to explain his plan to her, she had no choice but to wait until tomorrow to learn about it. Meanwhile, after Shifeng had finished taking care of matters in God's domain, he went offline to rest. He had remained online for the past several days because of his Tier 4 promotion. Even if the God's Domain Association's virtual gaming cabins allowed players to stay online for long periods, it was still necessary to exercise their real bodies from time to time. When Shifeng climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin, he immediately felt a refreshing feeling as his body bathed in the morning sun's rays. It was as if his body cells were breathing for the first time and brimming with life, and this feeling made him feel like he had grown a lot younger. As expected of the greater world's virtual gaming cabin, the improvements it provides to the body are simply amazing. Shifeng couldn't help but sigh ruefully when he saw that one of the virtual gaming cabin's canisters of life potion was now empty. The God's Domain Association had thoroughly displayed its wealth by offering its members such generous service. Shortly after Shifeng got out of his cabin, the room's AI suddenly reminded him, "Contestant Shifeng, there are 16 days left before the City Legion's selection ends. Your placing has fallen to 312th place. If you wish to become an official participant in the Star Lake Legion, you will have to strive to enter the top 100. Currently, you have 2 more free test attempts remaining." 312th? Shifeng was a little surprised to hear the AI's reminder. It's only been 2 weeks. Are these people improving so quickly? It was rare to see someone's position in a City Legion selection fall from 100th to beyond 300th in only 2 weeks. After all, 2 weeks' time wasn't usually enough for someone to achieve significant growth. It was especially true for people capable of entering the top 100 of a City Legion selection. So be it. I can use this opportunity to test my current standards. After saying so, Shifeng walked out of his room and took the elevator to the first floor. TL notes regarding the previously assumed differences between bloodline and races. Lineage crystals, I have no idea what exactly are the differences between these two things anymore. I previously thought bloodlines were different from races due to the bloodlines mentioned in the main story, e.g., Frost Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Boulder Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Hurricane Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Scorching Flame Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Dark Iron Basic Bloodline / Dark Iron Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Spacetime Bloodline, Chapter 1951. These bloodlines were even assigned ranks such as Basic, Advanced, etc. However, it would seem that the author intends to add a different category / meaning for bloodlines. Now, it seems the term bloodline is going to refer to race as well. I'm not sure what the author intends for this term for now. We will only know more should the author decide to clarify things in a future chapter. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 279, Empress Purple Jade. Chapter 279, Empress Purple Jade Gods Domain Association's first floor lobby. Although it was still early in the morning, when Sherfong arrived at the test hall, there were already well over 100 people waiting in line. Most of these people looked quite young, their ages under 25 on average. These youths stood in groups of several people, and each group wore a different type of uniform that indicated their respective origins. While waiting for their turn, these youths wore anxious and excited expressions. At the same time, a hint of contempt also appeared in their eyes when they looked at the participants waiting in line by themselves. No wonder my ranking fell by so much. So it's because the various corporations have begun to make their move. Realization dawned on Sherfong when he saw the youths waiting in line. A City Legion's slots were incredibly precious. It was one of the few opportunities for most players to climb their way into the upper echelons of a city. Meanwhile, to the greater world's various corporations, this was also the quickest method to gain authority in a city. Hence, the greater world's various corporations wouldn't just try to recruit people who had successfully entered a City Legion. At the same time, they would also nurture their own experts to join the various City Legions. This would further increase their authority and influence in the various cities. Meanwhile, the experts the various corporations nurtured were all geniuses carefully selected out of tens of thousands of youths. After receiving the various corporations' training and resources, these youths all came to possess frightening strength. As a result, whenever a City Legion selection took place, the various corporations would usually occupy more than half of the available slots. It was especially true for the top 100 ranks, also known as the official participant slots. Over 70% of the official participant slots in a City Legion selection would typically go to the various corporations' experts. While Sherfong was about to join the waiting line, a clear voice suddenly came from behind him. What a coincidence, Guild Leader Sherfong. Are you also here to take the test? The person who spoke was Purple Jade. She just so happened to have walked out of the mental space at this time and saw Sherfong, so she took the initiative to walk over and greet him. She was dressed in a light blue shirt and shorts, and she had her hair tied into a ponytail, her appearance giving her a vibrant feeling. You've never left your room throughout the past 2 weeks. I nearly thought you had lost interest in the selection. Purple Jade's initiative to greet Sherfong quickly attracted many people's attention to Sherfong, everyone looking at Sherfong in surprise and envy. Be it her face or body, Purple Jade could be considered a top-tier beauty even in the greater world. As a result, she could attract a lot of attention simply by relying on her beauty alone. As icing on the cake, her test result that had just appeared on the lobby scoreboard was one that the people in the lobby could only look up to in admiration. Mental grade, 3-star mental strength master. Potential rating, 94, mental strength rating. A, mental control rating. A, overall ranking, 47. Anyone capable of entering the selection's top 100 would already be a genius among geniuses. As for those capable of entering the top 50, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were heaven's favored child. Not to mention, Purple Jade clearly wasn't a genius nurtured by the various corporations. Her growth potential was much greater than experts the various corporations nurtured. If nothing unexpected happened, Purple Jade would have a high possibility of becoming a vice commander in the Star Lake Legion. At that time, she would become a VIP among Star Lake City's upper echelon, and even Star Lake City's various corporations would have to treat her respectfully. Meanwhile, the privilege of having such a talented and beautiful woman take the initiative to greet them was something youths like themselves didn't even dare to dream about happening. "I've been somewhat busy recently," Shifeng said. He wasn't particularly surprised by Purple Jade's result. After all, the name of Empress Purple Jade was considerably famous in the greater world during his previous life. So, it was completely normal for her to show such great potential after arriving in the greater world. Then, Shifeng smiled and continued, "It seems you have made significant improvements in the time we haven't met, Commander Jade. With this, you are guaranteed to become an official participant in the Star Lake Legion." "I'm not so sure about that." When Purple Jade looked at her ranking, she shook her head and said, "There might only be 2 weeks left before the selection ends, but the various corporations still aren't done trying. So, I'm still not certain I can stay within the top 100 by the time the selection ends." After staying in the greater world for the past 2 weeks, she realized just how frightening of a place this was. The so-called Tier 6 God-ranked experts that their homeworld held in high regard were nothing in the greater world. The resources the greater world's geniuses had access to were also beyond their homeworld's imagination. Life potions that were treated as priceless treasures in their homeworld's upper zones were practically no different from drinking water in the greater world. Not to mention, the greater world had even higher ranking potions than the life potion. Shortly after Shifeng and Purple Jade began conversing, a commotion suddenly occurred in the lobby. At this time, an elegant young man with long hair could be seen walking out of an elevator, and behind the young man followed 4 men and women wearing suits and sunglasses. These 4 men and women exuded a powerful aura. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, the people standing in their way subconsciously stepped aside. It was obvious that their mental strength had reached the Grandmaster standard already. The young man had 4 one-star mental strength Grandmasters serving as his bodyguard. This was a rare sight, even in Star Lake City. Any mental strength Grandmaster could take on temporary positions in the various cities' administration. 4 one-star mental strength Grandmasters under the age of 50, they could even receive the various cities' priority training. Yet, all 4 of the young man's bodyguards were clearly under 50. Who is that guy? He actually has 4 one-star mental strength Grandmasters working as his bodyguards. How can you not know about him? He's the Dawnlight Corporation's second young master, Chun Chi-Tien. Chun Chi-Tien? The one who's ranked 25th on the scoreboard. That's right. Also, you must have heard about Chun Chi-Tien's elder brother, right? Chun Qilin, the Star Lake Legion's Paragon-level vice commander. The crowd in the lobby quickly began a discussion among themselves when they saw Chun Chi-Tien, shock coloring their faces when they spoke about the young man and his background. The Dawnlight Corporation might not be a conglomerate, but its influence in Star Lake City still ranked within the top 5 among the various corporations. Meanwhile, a large part of the reason for that was because of Chun Qilin. However, after seeing Chun Chi-Tien, everyone felt that the Dawnlight Corporation's influence in Star Lake City would become even greater in the future. This was because Chun Chi-Tien's talent was not the slightest bit inferior to Chun Qilin. On the contrary, Chun Chi-Tien looked superior to his elder brother. After all, when Chun Qilin joined the Star Lake Legion. He had done so with a result of 43rd place in his selection. Meanwhile, Chun Qitian was currently ranked 25th in the selection. It was just that Chun Qitian was challenging his test at an older age than when Chun Qilin challenged his selection. Wait, Chun Qitian looks like he's coming over to the test hall. Didn't he just test himself 3 days ago? Don't tell me he improved again in such a short time? I doubt that. How much progress can a person possibly make in just 3 days? When the crowd in the lobby saw Chun Qitian making his way to the test hall, they couldn't help but grow confused and curious. After all, Chun Qitian was one of the heirs of the Dawn Light Corporation. He should have received the best training and resources money could buy from a young age, so he should have fully tapped into his potential already. It was highly unlikely that he would achieve significant growth in only 3 days. While everyone was wondering about Chun Qitian's purpose in visiting the test hall, Chun Qitian walked up to an inconspicuous person standing amidst the crowd. When Chun Qitian saw the ordinary sweatsuit Shifeng wore, a flash of disdain appeared in his eyes as he asked, "Are you Zero Wings Shifeng?" "That's right. Do you have business with me?" Shifeng asked, confused as to why Chun Qitian would suddenly approach him. "Good." After taking another look at Shifeng, Chun Qitian coldly said, "I see that you have good potential. So long as you leave Zero Wing and receive Miss Thousand Scars' forgiveness, I will ensure that your needs will be met for the rest of your life in Star Lake City. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 280, Second Test. Chapter 280, Second Test. As soon as Chun Qitian finished speaking, an uproar occurred in the lobby. Nobody thought Chun Qitian would come here for the sake of Thousand Scars. Thousand Scars was currently ranked 41st in the selection. However, this result was one that she had gotten a few days ago. For a genius who had only entered the greater world recently, a few days was enough to achieve significant growth. When Thousand Scars had risen to the 41st rank, it had sparked a lot of discussion from the various participants of the selection. Many powers had also investigated Thousand Scars' background, and what they found had given them a shock. Thousand Scars was a genius nurtured internally by the Paimon Corporation. Not only that, but she was also young and beautiful like a goddess. Upon learning of Thousand Scars' situation, many talented young men in Star Lake City suddenly became her admirers. Meanwhile, by the looks of the current situation, Chun Qitian was also trying to woo Thousand Scars. I wonder if that guy will agree? Do you think he has a choice? Haha, I guess you're right. But he'll also receive second young Master Chen's good graces in the future. Nobody in the lobby looked at Shifeng enviously anymore when they heard Chun Qitian's words. Instead, they only looked at him in mockery. So what if Shifeng got to talk with Purple Jade? So what if Shifeng got to become an official participant in the Star Lake Legion? In the end, wasn't he still going to end up as someone's dog? While everyone was having hushed discussions among themselves, Shifeng suddenly laughed. Chun Qitian grew dissatisfied when he heard Shifeng laughing. "What are you laughing for? Did you not hear what I said?" As a genius who had only entered the greater world recently, Shifeng might have great potential and talent. However, in Chun Qitian's opinion, Shifeng was still nothing but an ant. He felt he was already generous with the conditions he had offered Shifeng. "Why am I laughing?" Shifeng chuckled as he looked at Chun Qitian. "You want me to leave Zero Wing and ask for Thousand Scars' forgiveness? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself?" Chun Qitian immediately grew furious upon hearing Shifeng's words. "So, are you going to reject my goodwill?" "I'm rejecting it now," Shifeng said as he looked at Chun Qitian nonchalantly. "What can you do about it?" As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, the entire lobby fell silent as the surrounding spectators looked at Shifeng in disbelief. Is he crazy? Shifeng's response was completely outside everyone's expectations. Nobody ever thought that a newbie to the greater world with no background whatsoever would dare to provoke Qin Qitian. The next moment, Qin Qitian's complexion could be seen turning livid. If not for the Gods Domain Association prohibiting fights, everyone did not doubt that Qin Qitian would have his 4 bodyguards cripple Shifeng. Good. Very good. I'll remember your words. Qin Qitian said furiously, I hope you won't regret your words today. After saying so, Qin Qitian left the lobby with his 4 bodyguards. The instant he turned around, those who met his gaze felt a freezing chill crawling down their spines. This guy must be insane. That's the Dawn-like Corporation's Qin Qitian we are talking about. This guy shouldn't be thinking of leaving the Gods Domain Association ever again. With this, it wouldn't matter even if he becomes an official participant in the Star Lake Legion in the future. Everyone could tell that Qin Qitian was serious about his threat. Meanwhile, the fearsomeness of Qin Qitian wasn't something a newbie to the greater world like Shifeng would understand. One word from Qin Qitian was enough to turn Shifeng into a cripple. Shifeng might even disappear from Star Lake City entirely. Guild leader Shifeng, I'm afraid Qin Qitian won't let this matter rest, Purple Jade said, an ugly expression appearing on her face. She never thought that someone like Qin Qitian would become one of Thousand Scar's admirers. She also didn't think that Shifeng would provoke Qin Qitian to such an extent. The Dawn-like Corporation might not be a conglomerate, but it was still a corporation that had existed for well over a century. It was also one of the top 5 most influential corporations in Star Lake City, and it wasn't an existence that any individual person or hegemonic power could go up against. Even if Shifeng managed to become an official participant in the Star Lake Legion, Qin Qitian could abuse Qin Qilin's position in the Legion to forcibly strip away Shifeng's status. Meanwhile, so long as Shifeng lost his status as an official participant, it would become a child's play for Qin Qitian to banish him from Star Lake City and deal with him. I know. Shifeng nodded. Then he nonchalantly said, but it won't be so easy for him to deal with me. Not even the almighty apex powers and conglomerates could do anything against him in his previous life, let alone Qin Qitian and the Dawn-like Corporation behind him. Purple Jade was at a loss for words when she heard Shifeng's response. This was one of Star Lake City's top 5 corporations they were talking. They were more than capable of making even official participants of the Star Lake Legion disappear. There were even precedents of such situations happening. You certainly are Zero Wings acting guild leader Shifeng. You won't give in even when dealing with the Dawn-like Corporation. A clear and gentle voice suddenly came from nearby. When Purple Jade turned to this voice, she saw 2 women dressed in office wear approaching them. Upon seeing the woman walking in the lead, Purple Jade subconsciously gaped in shock. What brings you here, Vice President Xia? Purple Jade asked as she looked at the alluring and elegant woman before her in disbelief. In the past, Purple Jade never truly understood how powerful the mysterious Green God Corporation was. However, after entering the greater world, she came to understand just how powerful and high of a position the Green God Corporation held here. The greater world was a place that connected countless worlds. However, only an incredibly small number of worlds could give birth to a company that could be regarded as a corporation in the greater world. Meanwhile, every corporation in the greater world was an existence that even the various hegemonic powers of God's domain had to try and curry favor from. As for the vice president of a corporation, that was an existence that stood above even the guild leaders of the various hegemonic powers. I originally came here to discuss a partnership with guild leader Shifeng, Xia Qingying said in response to Purple Jade's question. Then, she turned to Shifeng and smiled. But I didn't think I would get to see such a scene. You have given me a real surprise. Are you disappointed, Vice President Xia? Shifeng asked, smiling. No, no, no. Xia Qingying shook her head. This situation has only furthered my resolve to partner with Zero Wing. The Green God Corporation wants to partner with Zero Wing? Purple Jade's eyes widened in shock, her mind thinking that Xia Qingying must be joking. After all, a corporation in the greater world was seeking to partner with a guild that wasn't even a hegemonic power in God's domain. This was unprecedented in the greater world. I'm sure Zero Wing has already given you a reply, Vice President Xia. Between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins, you can only choose one of us, Shifeng said as she looked at Xia Qingying strangely. He had already made himself very clear to Lu when previously. I understand. Xia Qingying nodded, which is why I am not here on behalf of the Green God Corporation, but in my individual capacity instead. I wish to invest in Zero Wing and become a shareholder of Zero Wing. Although I cannot match the resources offered by the Green God Corporation's Grade 1 resource slot, I can offer Zero Wing resources greater than what is offered by the corporation's Grade 2 resource slot. For example, I can provide Zero Wing with some entry slots into the greater world and assistance in the miniature ancient world in the form of combat power and resources. What does Zero Wing have to do in exchange? Shifeng asked. Xia Qingying's offer was considerably tempting. It was especially true for the greater world's entry slots. Every additional person he could bring into the greater world would boost Zero Wing's combat power in the greater world significantly. I don't want much, just 10% of Zero Wing's shares. I also need you to take care of some matters in the miniature ancient world for me, Xia Qingying said with a light smile. That's not too much to ask, right? After pondering for a moment, Shifeng asked, Can you get me some entry slots into the greater world in the next few days? It will be difficult, but I can do it, Xia Qingying said after thinking over Shifeng's request. However, I'm afraid it will only be a few slots. Even a few are fine. Shifeng nodded. In that case, I officially accept this partnership offer on behalf of Zero Wing. As for the contract, it should be fine if we sign it in God's domain, right? No problem, Xia Qingying answered without hesitation, seemingly having expected this arrangement already. This scene dumbfounded Purple Jade. She never thought that a big shot like Xia Qingying would hold Zero Wing in such high regard. For a moment, Purple Jade even had the urge to contact the secret pavilion and have the secret pavilion deepen its partnership with Zero Wing. Afterward, Shifeng and Xia Qingying discussed the finer details of the partnership. In addition to the greater world's entry slots, Shifeng had also requested Xia Qingying to provide Zero Wing with a warship in Crying Sea City capable of carrying at least 100 players. In response, Xia Qingying agreed to lend Zero Wing a bronze warship that could accommodate up to 120 people without hesitation. From this generous gesture, one could see that the Green God Corporation's foundation was vastly superior to ordinary hegemonic powers. After their discussion ended, Shifeng entered the mental space and began his second test attempt. Don't you think we are losing out too much in this partnership, Vice President Xia? Lu quietly asked Xia Qingying after seeing that Shifeng had already left. Zero Wing might have black flame, but Shifeng has offended Chen Qitian. We'll have to pay a huge price if we want to protect Shifeng. We don't have to worry about that. So long as Shifeng enters the top 50, the Dawnlight Corporation will have difficulty removing him from the Star Lake Legion, Xia Qingying calmly said. Shifeng got into the top 100 on his first attempt, so it is highly likely that he can get into the top 50 on his second attempt. So long as he enters the top 50, he'll catch the attention of the Star Lake Legion's commander. at that time. Unless Chen Qilin can find a suitable reason, he will have no way of touching Shifeng. After thinking over Xia Qingying's words, Lu Wen nodded in agreement. The Star Lake Legion's newly promoted commander was no ordinary individual. The woman wasn't on the same side as Chen Qilin and the Dawnlight Corporation either. If Shifeng could catch the new commander's attention, even Chen Qilin would be powerless to do anything against him. After Xia Qingying and Lu Wen waited in the test hall for some time, Shifeng's test result suddenly appeared on the scoreboard. Mental grade, 2-star mental strength master, potential rating, 97, mental strength rating, S, mental control rating, S, overall ranking, 1. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 281, Unparalleled Potential. Chapter 281, Unparalleled Potential inside a certain training room in Star Lake City's God's Domain Association. The training room was the size of 4 basketball courts. Currently, a cold beauty wielding 2 daggers and wearing leather armor was dodging virtual arrows coming at her from all directions. While doing so, the woman also fought against 3 virtual monsters. However, whether it was the arrows or monsters, neither could land a hit on the woman. The woman also consistently landed attacks on the monsters, eventually shattering all 3 of them. Your recent improvements are simply insane, Qianhen. It's only been 3 days, yet you've already passed the association's advanced test. Even official participants of the Star Lake Legion would need close to a year of adaptation after joining the Legion to clear the advanced test. If those veteran official participants learn about your achievement, they'll definitely lose their minds. A young woman in her early 20s said in excitement and admiration as she looked at Shui Qianhen, also known as Thousand Scars. The God's Domain Association had prepared 4 different levels of tests targeted toward virtual combat in God's Domain: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. However, unlike actual combat in God's Domain, the God's Domain Association's test required players to preserve their weapons and equipment using their mental strength. Essentially, this test tested players' mental strength and combat standards. Meanwhile, official participants of the Star Lake Legion would only gain the qualifications to participate in virtual competitions after they had conquered the association's advanced test. If an official participant managed to conquer the special test, they would become qualified to compete for a team leader position in the Legion. Qianhen is the pride of our generation. It's normal for her to achieve such a result. Otherwise, the Dawnlight Corporation's second young master wouldn't be trying to woo her so desperately. A slightly older woman said enviously, "I heard young Master Chen is planning to get Shifeng to seek Qianhen's apology. Although Shifeng is a genius capable of entering the top 100, he'll probably have no choice but to capitulate in front of young Master Chen." The several other women training nearby nodded in agreement, their hearts similarly filled with envy. Only an existence like Chen Qitian would have the ability to get a genius of Shifeng's caliber to lower his head. Yet such an existence had fallen head over heels for Thousand Scars. Whatever Chen Qitian does is his problem. Thousand Scars said indifferently as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. What Shifeng decides to do is also none of my business. In Thousand Scars' opinion, both Shifeng and Chen Qitian were nothing but minor characters. Ever since she came into contact with the Paimon Corporation, she understood that her stage was on a higher plane. As for Shifeng, someone who she used to think of as a threat, he was nothing more than an ordinary genius in her eyes now. Currently, she only had one goal: to get into the top 10 of the City Legion's selection. Shortly after Thousand Scars finished speaking, a young woman suddenly rushed into the room with an excited look. Something happened. Something big happened. The young woman shouted excitedly, "What's gotten into you? What happened?" The The slightly older woman asked curiously, "Did young Master Chen start to take action against Shifeng?" And no, the young woman fervently shook her head. Then she hurriedly said, Shifeng is simply amazing. Not only did he come in first place on his second test attempt, but he even received an S rank for both evaluations. Everyone in the association is talking about him right now." The entire training room fell silent as soon as the young woman finished speaking, everyone looking at the young woman in disbelief. Impossible. Thousand Scars instinctively denied the young woman's words. Although Thousand Scars admitted that Shifeng had astonishing potential, it shouldn't be possible for him to go from 100th to first in the selection in only 2 weeks, much less receive a double S rank in his evaluations. This news sounded like a joke, no matter how she wrapped her mind around it. It should be known that it had been well over a century since Star Lake City had seen someone receiving an S rank result for both the mental strength and mental control evaluations. How could a Tier 3 instructor from Zero Wing possibly accomplish this feat? At the same time, inside a high-class courtyard in Star Lake City, a middle-aged man, nearing his 50s, wearing knight armor and a 2-star mental strength grandmaster's emblem on his chest, stood quietly by a pool as he looked at a woman swimming in the pool. The woman in question not only had a stunningly beautiful appearance, but she also had a superb figure that could make countless young men lose their minds for her. However, when the middle-aged man looked at this peerless beauty, there was not the slightest hint of disrespect in his eyes. On the contrary, his eyes carried hints of fear. If Shifeng were here to see this, he would definitely be surprised. This was because this peerless beauty was none other than the female receptionist responsible for overseeing his test when he first entered Crying Lake City's God's Domain Association. "What brings you here, War Bear?" the woman said after swimming to the pool's edge and glancing at the bulky middle-aged man. "If it's not something interesting, you'd better be prepared." "Commander Redfrost, this is definitely big news," the bulky man said somewhat fearfully. Just a short while ago, a newcomer named Shifeng took first place in the selection. Moreover, he received an S rank for both evaluations. However, I also heard that Chen Qilin's younger brother, seems to be in conflict with Shifeng. What is your opinion on this matter? Shifeng? Double S rank. The woman called Red Frost smiled. "It seems things are finally going to become interesting in our legion. I heard that Chen Qilin loves his younger brother dearly. Once that newcomer officially joins the legion, I wonder what surprises he and Chen Qilin will bring me." Miniature ancient world, Crying Sea City's harbor. As the morning sun shined its rays on the harbor, the various powers teams gathered at the harbor and summoned their ships one after another, instantly causing the spacious harbor to become crowded. Among the many ships floating at the harbor, a 60-meter long warship stood out like a sore thumb, the ship's majestic frame causing the surrounding players to drool. A warship was significantly bigger than the average ship. It was a tool specialized for combat out at sea. Even a common warship possessed firepower rivaling multiple advanced ships. In addition, it also had a defensive barrier that was far superior to that of advanced ships. It was a war machine capable of going up against mythic sea monsters. However, the warship parked at the harbor clearly wasn't just a common warship. After all, the warship's twofold mana barrier was not something one could find on any common warship. What is Vice President Xia thinking? Why did she have our Grey Goose team bring the corporation's sole bronze warship to assist Zero Wing? A level 124, Tier 3 male Guardian Knight complained as he looked at the surrounding players looking in his direction. However, he had long since gotten used to receiving such attention, so he turned to a level 124 female cleric with short hair and grinned, saying, "Feather, I heard from Xiao Xiao that Zero Wing's main force has not only her younger sister in it, but also her junior sisters and brothers." I wonder if they'll be surprised if they see Xiao Xiao now. In response, the cleric named Crow Feather chuckled and said, "Surprise will be an understatement. I bet they'll be utterly dumbfounded if they see how strong Xiao Xiao has become. Aside from Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame, nobody else in Zero Wing will be a match for her." Before Wu Xiaoxiao joined the Green God Corporation, her combat standard was only at the Flowing Water realm. Now, though, not only was Wu Xiaoxiao only one step away from reaching the Domain realm, but she also had combat power rivaling Tier 4 players of the same level. This was thanks to the fragmented legendary staff and special class she acquired. Meanwhile, according to Wu Xiaoxiao, whether it was her juniors or her younger sister, all of them were only at the refinement realm standard. There was simply no competition between them and Wu Xiaoxiao. While the Guardian Knight and Cleric from the Grey Goose team were talking, a commotion suddenly occurred at the harbor. At the same time, an indescribable sense of oppression spread across the entire harbor. When everyone turned to look at the origin of this oppressive feeling, they saw a team of 100 players clad in matching equipment. Even though all these 100 players did was walk on the street, everyone in the harbor could feel the air around them trembling. It felt as if 100 mythic monsters were currently walking in the harbor. When everyone saw the six-winged emblem these 100 players wore on their chests, the shock they experienced rose to a whole new level. Zero Wing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 282, Tier 4 Team? Chapter 282, Tier 4 Team? Am I dreaming? Crow Feather, the cleric of the Grey Goose team, gaped in shock when she saw Zero Wing's team walking down the harbor and the surrounding players subconsciously stepping aside to make way for the team. Players on a busy street wouldn't make way for others out of politeness. There was only one reason these players would behave in such a way: fear. This was because every player in Zero Wing's 100-man team was not only of a higher race, but every one of them also radiated an aura comparable to mythic monsters of the same level. When the Guardian Knight from the Grey Goose team saw Zero Wing's team walking in their team's direction, he exclaimed, "Isn't Zero Wing's main force a little too strong? It's practically comparable to the various hegemonic powers' main force." No, Colorful Lunarite, the Grey Goose team's leader, shook her head in response to the Guardian Knight's comment. Then, looking at Zero Wing's team solemnly, she said, "If we are talking purely in terms of equipment standards, even the various hegemonic powers' main forces are inferior to Zero Wing's main force. How is that possible, team leader?" The various hegemonic powers have fully equipped their main forces in 8-piece epic equipment sets. Zero Wing couldn't possibly have geared its main force members in fragmented legendary items, right? Crow Feather said in disbelief. Access to the miniature ancient world had only been opened not long ago, so 8-piece epic equipment sets were already considered the best equipment players could get their hands on. Even the various hegemonic powers had only managed to get their hands on a few fragmented legendary items so far. As for equipping an entire main force with fragmented legendary items, that was simply fantasy. Crow Feather had learned about Zero Wing's situation from Wu Xiaoxiao. Although Zero Wing had some powerful experts under its command, the guild was terribly undersupplied when it came to weapons and equipment. It probably couldn't even supply its main force members with 6-piece epic equipment sets, like the various superpowers, let alone 8-piece epic equipment sets. They aren't equipped with fragmented legendary items. Looking at Crow Feather with a bitter smile, Colorful Lunarite said, "But they are equipped with immortal sets. 6-piece level 120 fine gold immortal sets. At that, fine gold immortal sets." Crow Feather's skepticism increased when she heard Colorful Lunarite's words. "Are you trying to fool me, team leader? We are talking about immortal sets here. Even if it's only a 6-piece set at the fine gold rank, it is still an immortal set. Not even the greater gods' domain's hegemonic powers will dare to do something as extravagant as fully equipping an entire main force in immortal sets. A fine gold immortal set might not be as valuable as a fragmented legendary item, but it was definitely rarer than fragmented legendary items. As for a level 120 fine gold immortal set, it was superior to even level 120 epic equipment sets when it came to basic attributes. In the current miniature ancient world, Crow Feather doubted that any of the various hegemonic powers had even one of such immortal sets. Only a fool would believe that Zero Wing could take out 100 fine gold immortal sets. You know, I have the judgment eyes. There is no way I can be wrong in this, Colorful Lunarite said definitively to Crow Feather. In reality, Colorful Lunarite herself didn't wish to believe this outcome. However, the information obtained by Judgment Eyes could not be wrong. Of course, Colorful Lunarite could also understand Crow Feather's inability to believe her words. Hearing that an entire main force was fully equipped with fine gold immortal sets was equally as shocking as hearing that every member of a main force was equipped with a fragmented legendary weapon. After all, these were immortal sets they were talking about. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would cry tears of agony if they saw someone doing something as wasteful as equipping an entire 100-man team in immortal sets. Immortal equipment was different from epic equipment. A player geared in immortal equipment would not have to worry about engaging mythic monsters in a melee. It was especially true for MTs. They could keep fighting for long periods without having to return to a city to get their equipment repaired. Hence, whether a team possessed immortal equipment or not would affect its ability to grind and explore significantly. Guild Leader Black Flame, as per our agreement, we will lend this bronze warship to you for the next 3 days. The Grey Goose team will also be assisting you throughout this period, Colorful Lunarite said after seeing Sherfong signing the God's Domain contract she had prepared. Once these 3 days are up, we will collect the warship immediately, so I hope you can understand. As for the Greater World's entry slots, Vice President Xia will have them ready in 3 days. However, exactly how many slots she can secure remains uncertain for now. 3 days. Sherfong nodded. Xia Qingying's capabilities were much greater than he expected. The world passage had yet to activate, so traveling between their homeworld and the greater world was incredibly troublesome. Even a vice president of the Green God Corporation would have trouble acquiring entry slots into the greater world. Originally, Sherfong thought Xia Qingying would need around a week to secure the entry slots. So, it was certainly a pleasant surprise to hear that she only needed 3 days. With this, the people he chose to bring to the greater world would have more time to prepare for the Star Lake Legion's selection, which would, in turn, increase their chances of getting into the City Legion. If they could get into the City Legion, they would become a real help to him in the greater world, and he would have a much easier time carrying out his plans. After Colorful Lunarite granted Sherfong temporary authority to control the bronze warship, Sherfong promptly set sail toward the destination he had decided on beforehand, the Bipolar Sea. The Bipolar Sea was a level 130 sea zone, and it contained the only Grade 1 or vein Sherfong had found using the 7 Luminaries Codex's elemental search. Grade 1 or veins produced large amounts of 7 Luminaries crystals, a highly demanded currency in the greater world. 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystal could go for 100 star coins in private transactions. One could say that 7 Luminaries crystals were the primary method for powers in God's domain to strengthen themselves in the greater world. Even if Sherfong managed to join the Star Lake Legion as an official participant, he would only receive a monthly salary of 10,000 star coins. Aside from the monthly salary, the only other way he could earn star coins reliably as an official participant was to lease out land. Moreover, the precondition for that was to not get targeted by a corporation. Otherwise, Nobody would want to rent his land, and he would have no choice but to get by with only his standard salary. Yet, if he relied only on his monthly salary, even staying in the God's Domain Association would become a problem. This was because the God's Domain Association's lower floors were in high demand but with low supply. Meanwhile, higher floors such as the 400th floor and above cost at least 2,000 star coins per day. If he were to rely only on his monthly salary, he'd be homeless before the week was even over, let alone purchase various potions to strengthen himself. Not to mention, his goal wasn't only to survive by himself in the greater world. He also needed to nurture other people in the greater world, which would cost a significant amount of star coins. Meanwhile, a grade 1 or vein was something that could spark a fight between several dozen hegemonic powers in the greater God's domain. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would join in the fight if the vein wasn't located too far from their base of power. One could easily imagine how much wealth a grade 1 or vein contained if it could tempt so many hegemonic powers into action. Hence, Shifeng naturally couldn't let the grade 1 or vein he discovered go to waste. A warship was much faster compared to an ordinary ship. A bronze warship speed was even comparable to a bronze mount speed. Because of this, the journey that originally required 20 hours of sailing took less than 10 hours in the bronze warship. Moreover, traveling in a bronze warship was also much safer. Several times, they encountered some red players who tried to rob them. However, these red players would quickly steer clear out of their path when they saw the opponent they were going up against. As for the sea monsters they encountered, the bronze warship could shake off even mythic sea monsters with no trouble at all. The bipolar sea, when colorful Lunarite saw the tornadoes that covered the sea ahead of her, she couldn't help but turn towards Shifeng, who was steering the warship, and asked, "Guild Leader Black Flame, this is a level 130C zone. Isn't it rash to enter this place with the team's current level?" In the miniature ancient world, the difficulty of sea monsters would increase by 1 rank for every 5 levels they were higher than players. For a team with an average level of under 125, fighting against level 130 plus sea monsters would be a great challenge. Not to mention, the bipolar sea was also regarded as a land of death in the current miniature ancient world. This was because the bipolar sea was not only covered in tornadoes and storms, but it was also filled with powerful sea monsters. Even the weakest sea monster here was a level 130 Grand Lord. Although colorful Lunarite didn't care about the survival of Zero Wings members, she would be in hot water if the bronze warship sank in the bipolar sea. Shifeng naturally understood colorful Lunarite's concerns. He also understood that colorful Lunarite retained central authority over the bronze warship, and she could retake control over the warship if necessary. So he smiled and said, "This place might be a forbidden land for Tier 3 players, but what about Tier 4 players?" As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, Su Qianlu, who stood on the deck, pulled out a magic tactical vehicle from her epic spatial bag. Subsequently, a magic array covering a 500-yard radius slowly rose from the tactical vehicle and elevated the mana of everyone within its range by 1 rank. Tier 4 mana. Colorful Lunarite gasped when she felt the mana around her. TL notes: 1 colorful Lunarite equals Lu 1 Xia Qingying's assistant. 2. The author forgot about the Dragonhorn tactical vehicle's parameters. Taken from Chapter 208, Hexagram Protection. Erects a magic array that greatly strengthens the mana of up to 6 people within a 1,000-yard radius. Enhancement works up to the Tier 4 standard. Magic Array costs 1,000 magic crystals per minute to maintain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283, God Mode Regional Dungeon. Chapter 283, God Mode Regional Dungeon. You can rest assured now, right, Team Leader Lunarite? Shi Feng smiled when he saw colorful Lunarite's gaze fixed on the magic tactical vehicle. I see why you aren't afraid of divine hunters and morning light now, colorful Lunarite said, realization dawning upon her as she swept her gaze across the Zero Wing members aboard the warship. Mana was the foundation of everything in God's domain. For players, the stronger their mana, the stronger their skills and spells would become. Apart from not having any tier 4 skills and spells, the Zero Wing members present were no longer any different from actual tier 4 players. Meanwhile, a force of 100 tier 4 experts was not something any power in the current miniature ancient world could go up against. Yet, funnily enough, the various powers thought that Black Flame was Zero Wing's only tier 4 expert. Should Crying Sea City's various powers try to take action against Zero Wing out in the fields, the outcome would definitely shake the entire miniature ancient world. Subsequently, Zero Wing's members could be seen effortlessly slaughtering the level 130 Grand Lord ranked sea monsters in the Bipolar Sea. Because of the difference in tiers, the level suppression effect was practically negligible. Moreover, Zero Wing's members didn't even require the assistance of the bronze warship's artillery. Just the silver combat techniques they used were enough to turn a Grand Lord into an abundant amount of EXP in only a few minutes. Wu Xiaoxiao tricked me. She said her little sister was only at the refinement realm, while her juniors hadn't even reached the refinement realm. So what is up with all these silver combat techniques? Crow Feather's eyes twitched when she saw Wu Lingling and the others executing one silver combat technique after another. Their skillfulness in using these combat techniques superior to even her. At a glance, their combat standards were not the slightest bit inferior to hers. Silver combat techniques. These weren't combat techniques that refinement realm experts could learn. Even most Void realm experts would have difficulty learning one. Yet Wu Lingling and the others had learned at least 3 silver combat techniques each, covering the 3 main categories of defensive combat techniques, offensive combat techniques, and footwork. Speaking purely in terms of combat power, Crow Feather doubted she could even match Wu Lingling and the others. These so-called juniors of Wu Xiaoxiao were already close to matching Colorful Lunarite, the Grey Goose team's team leader. Subsequently, the further Shi Feng and the others progressed into the Bipolar Sea, the more colorful Lunarite became tempted by the magic tactical vehicle. Guild Leader Black Flame, may I know if Zero Wing has any intentions of selling this magic tactical vehicle? Colorful Lunarite asked. Zero Wing's main force members might have extraordinary strength, but the real reason they could have such strength was entirely because of the magic tactical vehicle. Otherwise, Zero Wing's main force could, at most, contend against the various hegemonic powers' main force. It absolutely couldn't achieve overwhelming victory, let alone fight against groups of Grand Lord-ranked sea monsters. Of course, we intend to sell it, Shi Feng said as he turned to Colorful Lunarite with a smile. This will be one of the main products Zero Wing offers in the future. Zero Wing was incredibly poor right now. If there was an opportunity to make money, Shi Feng naturally wouldn't let it get away. Not to mention, he had deliberately displayed the magic tactical vehicle to Colorful Lunarite this time. May I know the price? Colorful Lunarite asked, an excited look appearing on her face. Originally, she had only thought of trying her luck when she asked Shi Feng about the sale of the magic tactical vehicle. Although she didn't think Zero Wing would sell such a powerful war weapon, it wouldn't hurt to ask. 1 bronze warship or 2 million star coins, Shi Feng stated. This Colorful Lunarite was rendered speechless by Shi Feng's answer. I'm afraid I'll have to discuss this with Vice President Xia first. Trading a bronze warship for a magic tactical vehicle was out of the question. 2 million star coins wasn't a small sum either. It was an amount of money that the average person in the greater world would never see in their lifetime. Even for Xia Qingying, this was a significant expenditure. So, colorful lunarite couldn't give Shifeng an answer on the spot. Shifeng wasn't surprised by this response. He, too, was aware that his asking price was very high. Afterward, he took a look at the coordinates shown by elemental search. We're finally here. Excitement appeared on Shifeng's face as he looked at the island ahead of him and verified that the Grade 1 or vein was located on the island. However, when the bronze warship moved within 1,000 yards of the island, a gigantic magic array that covered a radius of several thousand yards suddenly appeared in the sky above them. The magic array was so massive that the people on board the bronze warship couldn't even see the entire magic array at a glance. After this magic array appeared in the sky, space underneath it began to grow chaotic. Spatial tiers appeared all over the place, and there was no place safe for the bronze warship. This is a regional event. Shifeng was incredibly familiar with this scene. Events would randomly appear across the entire God's domain. However, these events were normally caused by players. Meanwhile, whenever an event occurred, a special space would be created in the area where the event was triggered. An example of this special space would be regional dungeons. Regional system announcement. This area will be promoted into a God mode regional dungeon. All players are advised to be careful of the ensuing spatial turmoil. A God mode regional dungeon? Shifeng was stunned by the system announcement. Most regional dungeons could be categorized into 3 difficulties: normal mode, hard mode, and hell mode. However, there were 2 more levels of difficulty above this: Azura mode and God mode. Of the 2, God mode regional dungeons were known as Lands of No Return. They were forbidden lands for players under Tier 6. Even Tier 6 players would face a high risk of death in a God mode regional dungeon. Moreover, the death penalty inside a God mod regional dungeon was incredibly severe, so much so that one would have to start a new account if one wasn't careful. Shifeng wasn't the only person stunned by this unexpected development. Everyone on the bronze warship was similarly dumbfounded. A God mode regional dungeon. Regional dungeons of such difficulty were extremely rare, even on the main continent. Meanwhile, every one of these God mode regional dungeons was the nightmare of the various powers. Aside from a select few super guilds, nobody else dared to enter God mode regional dungeons. Yet now a God mode regional dungeon had appeared right before their very eyes. Everyone stick together in groups of 3 to 5. Nobody is allowed to move alone. Shifeng shouted when he saw the number of spatial tears in the surrounding area increasing. Once the spatial turmoil ends, gather at the island's shore. Do not try to explore the island. Do not try to explore. The gigantic magic array had spread out with the island at its center. So, it was obvious that the event's starting point was at the heart of the island. This would also be the most dangerous location of the God mode regional dungeon. Even if this was only a level 130 regional dungeon, a tier 6 God-ranked expert would still fall if they weren't careful at the regional dungeon's heart. However, before Shifeng could finish speaking, space around the warship shattered and transformed into numerous spatial tiers. Then, everyone on the warship was quickly sucked into these spatial tears and disappeared from the sea. When the gigantic magic array in the sky disappeared sometime later, it was as if Shifeng and the others had never appeared in the area. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 284, Land of Ancient Dragons. Chapter 284. Land of Ancient Dragons, the sun was shining brightly on an island enveloped by a magic array. Shifeng stood up next to a creek, a sigh of relief coming out of his mouth when he saw his surroundings. Although the mana around him was incredibly chaotic and the gravity he experienced was several times greater than the outside world, he wasn't completely out of luck as he wasn't transported to the core area of the newly appeared God Mode regional dungeon. Different from Shurfong, colorful Lunarite's complexion paled when she recovered from her daze and looked at her surroundings. How is this possible? Colorful Lunarite's expression quickly turned solemn as she looked at the 30-meter-tall death dragons that roamed the area around her. Death Dragon, Spirit Devourer, Mythic, level 132 HP 60 billion. Spirit Devourers might not be an apex race like dragons, but they were regarded as a Class 1 dangerous race in God's domain. Spirit Devourers did not have a fixed form. Their strength depended entirely on the creatures they've devoured. Spirit Devourers were also the enemy of all races in God's domain. So long as Spirit Devourers were discovered, every other race in God's domain would try to eradicate them at all costs. Even players were no exception. This situation was because of the Spirit Devourer's nature. Spirit Devourers could not only devour all life, but they could even devour the souls of players to grow and evolve. Meanwhile, the more souls they devoured, the greater their numbers would become. In the history of the greater world, many ancient kingdoms, ancient empires, and even apex races had suffered annihilation at the hands of Spirit Devourers. At one point, Spirit Devourers as a race had become so powerful that they had devoured all life and civilizations on numerous gods' domains. Back then, if it weren't for the greater gods' domain's apex powers joining hands and sacrificing over half of their forces to combat the fully grown Spirit Devourers, the situation in the greater gods' domain of today would definitely be different. As for the Spirit Devourers here, it went without saying that they had devoured dragons. Hence, they had transformed into death dragons. Although the Spirit Devourers here hadn't grown to maturity, yet their population had already reached a frightening number. If all of these Spirit Devourers managed to evolve into their matured state, the miniature ancient world and the surrounding gods' domains would most likely transform into lands of death. Aside from colorful Lunarite, Su Qianlu and the others, who were also teleported to this place, were similarly shocked by the scene in front of them. Although they didn't know what a Spirit Devourer was, the Death Dragon's 60 billion HP was more than enough to instill despair into them. Not to mention, there were well over 100 such Death Dragons roaming the area. There was no way current players of the miniature ancient world could survive in such a place. Is this what a God Mode regional dungeon is like? When Su Qianlu looked at the death dragons around her, she finally understood why even Tier 6 God-ranked experts could potentially die inside the God Mode regional dungeons on the main continent. The land of ancient dragons. After looking at the name of the land displayed on the system map, Shurfong said in the team chat, "We are moving locations. This isn't a place to rest." Normally, players should only consider entering a God Mode regional dungeon after reaching Tier 5. It was especially so when said dungeon housed a dangerous species such as Spirit Devourers. Although the Death Dragons here weren't actual Tier 4 dragons, they were still invincible among Tier 4 opponents. A minimum of several tens of thousands of Tier 4 players would be required to fight against so many Death Dragons. Everyone nodded without hesitation. Then they quietly followed Shurfong to the outer zone of the island. Fortunately, the Death Dragons weren't positioned close to each other. So long as they timed their advances right, they could pass these Death Dragons unnoticed. However, such a measured approach cost them a lot of time. Just getting to the land of ancient dragons, outer zone took them a day. Meanwhile, during this past day, Shurfong and the others learned how wealthy the land of dragons was. The incomparably precious 7 luminaries crystals could be seen covering the island's surface. The island's wealth exceeded the wealth of a grade 1 or vein by leaps and bounds. Although 7 luminaries crystals could be found in grade 1 or veins, They were only present underground in very small quantities. Even for Shifeng, this was the first time he had seen 7 luminaries crystals growing on the surface. After making a rough estimate, he concluded that the land of ancient dragons or vein could yield at least 3,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal per day. It should be known that all of the ore veins combined in an average elementary god's domain only produced around 6,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal per day. Yet, the land of ancient dragons vein could produce half of that amount daily. This was simply unheard of. If the miniature ancient world's various foreign powers were to learn about this, they would definitely send even more experts into the miniature ancient world. Even those upper-ranking hegemonic powers will lose their calm if they learn about such wealth. Colorful Lunarite inwardly sighed as she recalled all the 7 luminaries crystals she had come across thus far. Currently, the various hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world were only playing around. None of them had seriously committed their strength to the miniature ancient world. However, it would be an entirely different story if half of an elementary god's domain's 7 luminaries crystal production capacity was involved. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would be tempted into action. 7 luminaries crystals were the capital for god's domain's powers to develop in the greater world. Unfortunately, it was incredibly difficult to monopolize an entire god's domain's resources. Even an elementary god's domain wasn't something an upper-ranking hegemonic power could occupy and monopolize. However, in the case of the miniature ancient world, a world that anyone could enter, occupying it would be a piece of cake. While Colorful Lunarite was worrying about upper-ranking hegemonic powers entering the miniature ancient world in full force, the sound of an explosion suddenly came from a distance. Subsequently, the area 1,000 yards around the epicenter of the explosion sank by several dozen meters. Then, a majestic temple rose from the middle of this sunken ground. When Shifeng and the others turned to look at this temple, they saw several dozen figures charging toward this 1,000-meter-tall temple. The speed of these figures was beyond the speed of the average Tier 3 expert, so it was obvious that they weren't ordinary players. These figures also looked relatively young. Among them, 10 were even Tier 4 players. Even Crying Sea City's Divine Hunters Guild and Morning Light Guild combined couldn't come up with such a force. Are they the ones who triggered the event? Shifeng wondered. No God Mode regional dungeon would appear without a cause. Typically, these causes were major events triggered by players. Moreover, to Shifeng's surprise, he found a familiar face when he looked at the figures approaching the temple's entrance, the Flower of 7 Sins Death Omen. At this time, Death Omen had not only reached Tier 4, but her combat standard had also improved significantly. Why are the Paimon Conglomerate's people here? Colorful Lunarite exclaimed when she looked at the several dozen people standing before the temple's entrance. They're from the Paimon Conglomerate. Upon hearing Colorful Lunarite's words, Su Qianlu immediately began scrutinizing the youths in the distance. The Paimon Conglomerate. So long as one bothered to learn from the various foreign gods' domains players, one would know just how high of a position the greater world's corporations held in both the greater world and the greater gods' domain. It was even more so for corporations that managed to get recognized as conglomerates. The influence and strength a conglomerate wielded was not something ordinary hegemonic powers could even begin to fathom. Conglomerates were so powerful that the miniature ancient world's various hegemonic powers had deemed it necessary to treat the Flower of 7 Sins respectfully simply because Thousand Scars had joined the Paimon Conglomerate. At the same time as Shifeng's group had noticed the Paimon Conglomerate's youths, the Paimon Conglomerate's youths also noticed Shifeng's group. How is he here? When Death Omen saw the cloaked and inconspicuous swordsman standing in the distance, an intense fighting spirit appeared in her eyes. Who's he? The crimson-haired young man carrying a broken sword and standing in the lead of the Paimon conglomerate's team, asked as he looked at Death Omen in confusion. Death Omen was nothing special among their team in terms of individual strength. If not for her connection with Thousand Scars, she wouldn't have even qualified for the mission this time. However, from his interactions with Death Omen, he knew that Death Omen was an incredibly prideful. So, he found it surprising that Death Omen would show such a reaction to someone. He is Zero Wing's Black Flame. Death Omen answered. Upon hearing this, the crimson-haired youth couldn't help but turn to look at Sure Fong. Black Flame? The god lists Azura, Sword Emperor. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285. This is Zero Wing? Chapter 285. This is Zero Wing? The god lists Azura Sword Emperor, a level 125 girl with short hair and golden pupils wearing silver, holy armor, muttered with a look of interest. That's quite a grand name. I wonder if we can achieve any improvements if we fight against him. It should be possible, the crimson-haired young man said in an uncertain tone. I gained a lot of inspiration from the last time I fought the third-ranked Holy Nine. Seeing as Black Flame is ranked 4th, he shouldn't be much worse than Holy Nine. Should we take action now? The short-haired girl with golden pupils asked excitedly as she grabbed the round shield and sharp axe she carried on her back. No, not today. The mission comes first, the crimson-haired young man said as he moved his gaze away from Sure Fong and back to the temple before him. Moreover, he'll have to cross this hurdle first before he is qualified to fight me. I guess you're right. The short-haired girl nodded and returned her shield and weapon to their original position. This goes the same for you, Omen. Before the mission is completed, I will not permit any member of the team to do anything else, the crimson-haired young man said to Death Omen. Then he smiled and continued, but don't worry. Once the mission is over, I'll have Zero Wing cease its actions against the Flower of Seven Sins. Death Omen did not say anything and simply watched in silence as the temple's stone doors slowly opened. However, she did not doubt the crimson-haired young man's words in the slightest. Whether it was the crimson-haired young man or the short-haired girl with golden pupils, both were bona fide monsters. Like Thousand Scars, the two were geniuses nurtured internally by the Paimon conglomerate. Only, they had joined the Paimon conglomerate a few years earlier than Thousand Scars. Because of this, they were strong enough to hold their ground against even Holy Nine, the third-ranked player on the God's Domain expert list. So long as the two youths wished for it, Zero Wing would have no choice but to comply with their demands. Moreover, it was just like the crimson-haired young man said. It was still uncertain whether Black Flame and his team could survive the upcoming battle. Let's quickly withdraw while they're not paying attention to us, Guild Leader Black Flame, Colorful Lunarite said, cold sweat rolling down her forehead, as she looked at the crimson-haired young man and short-haired girl with golden pupils. The Paimon conglomerate will always nurture some geniuses internally every year, and even the weakest of these experts would be a titled expert. 3 years ago, 2 little monsters even appeared among these geniuses. They are the Crimson Sword Emperor Meteor and Divine Shield Star Snail. Both of them had fought the God list's third-ranked Holy Nine previously. Although Holy Nine did not lose, he didn't win either. If not for the Paimon conglomerate, the two of them would have most likely entered the God list's top 5 already. Moreover, both of them are battle maniacs. If we end up fighting them, we will most likely be the ones to suffer. Colorful Lunarite didn't think Sure Fong would lose to Meteor and Star Snail, since Sure Fong was similarly one of the top 5 experts on the God-ranked expert list. However, Sure Fong could, at most, stop one of those two if it came down to a fight. I'm afraid that's not up to us to decide. Shifeng said as he looked at the threefold magic barrier that had suddenly formed around them. The magic barrier covered a radius of several hundred yards with the temple at the center, and it simply wasn't something Tier 4 players could break. Along with the threefold barrier's formation, the temple's doors also opened completely. Immediately afterward, an aura that caused everyone to tremble gushed out of the temple. A moment later, a one-horned humanoid with a pair of pitch-black wings slowly walked out of the temple. This winged humanoid was 5 meters tall and wielded a scepter in his right hand. When subjected to the humanoid's gaze, everyone present felt a chill crawling down their backs. "A demon king?" Colorful Lunarite gasped when he saw the winged humanoid. A demon king. Demon king was the Tier 5 class for demons. A demon king was a bona fide Tier 5 life form, and it simply wasn't an existence current players in the miniature ancient world could provoke. It was especially so when this demon king was in a God mode regional dungeon. In God mode regional dungeons, monsters would not be subjected to the system's restrictions. Hence, they could exhibit 100% of their strength. Moreover, the demon king that had just walked out of the temple wasn't an ordinary demon king, but a demon monarch who stood at the top of the demon race instead. He was an existence capable of rivaling 6 winged Valkyries of the same level. The next moment, a system notification entered everyone's ears. "System, congratulations! You have triggered the legendary event Dragon Princess. Rewards unknown." Dragon Princess? Shifeng was stunned when he saw the system notification. At this point in time, the name of Dragon Princess was most likely foreign to most players in God's domain. However, during his previous life, the Dragon Princess was an existence known by all in the greater God's domain. In a time when ancient gods had disappeared from the greater God's domain, the Dragon Princess was known to be comparable to ancient gods. At the same time, she was also the ruler of the ancient Dragon Sanctuary, one of the greater God's domain's 12 sanctuaries. It should be known that the greater God's domain was a vast place that connected countless God's domains. However, there were only 12 regions at the heart of the greater God's domain, known as the 12 sanctuaries. The 12 sanctuaries were also the origin of the greater God's domain. If a power wished to develop into an apex power in God's domain, the easiest, yet also the most difficult, way to do so would be to seize one of the 12 sanctuaries. In the greater God's domain's long history, although 3 powers had only ever reached the apex by monopolizing one of the 12 sanctuaries, these 3 were also the strongest apex powers in the greater God's domain. Yet now, Shifeng was being told that the ruler of the ancient dragon sanctuary during his previous life was being sealed in the miniature ancient world. This was simply unbelievable. Before Shifeng could recover from his surprise, Meteor suddenly shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." As soon as Meteor finished speaking, the demon monarch Forenza could be seen lifting the scepter in his hand and creating several hundred summoning arrays in the sky. Then, level 130, Tier 4 great demons began emerging from these summoning arrays one after another, their numbers quickly reaching the 4 digits. After completing his summoning, Forenza sneered at Shifeng and the others as he commanded, "Go forth, my servants! Devour the souls of these heavens blessed." Immediately, the army of great demons swooped down from the sky, leaving Shifeng and the others no time to prepare at all. Tier 4s open a path. Everyone else, focus on support and defense. Meteor did not panic even when facing the army of great demons. Instead, he calmly gave out commands to his team. An army of over 1,000 level 130 great demons might be terrifying opponents to face for a Tier 3 team, but their team had 10 Tier 4 players. They were more than strong enough to cope against the great demons. The only problem they needed to worry about was their stamina consumption. It seems there's no hope for Zero Wing this time, Star Snail said, sighing in disappointment when she saw the army of great demons swooping down from the sky. As for Death Omen, she simply let out a cold laugh in her heart. Even several Tier 4 experts working together would have a hard time going up against so many Tier 4 great demons simultaneously, let alone Zero Wings team, which only had one Tier 4 player. Hexagram protection, accompanied by a calm voice, for powerful mana fluctuations suddenly spread across the battlefield, covering a 500-yard radius. These powerful mana fluctuations drastically improved the mana of the 22 Tier 3 players in Shifeng's team. Now, when it came to mana, Su Qianlu and the others were no different from Tier 4 players. Including Shifeng, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Shifeng's team was now composed of 23 Tier 4 players. TL notes, I guess the author hasn't completely forgotten about hexagram protection's parameters. Again, for reference, hexagram protection erects a magic array that greatly strengthens the mana of up to 6 people within a 1,000-yard radius. Enhancement works up to the Tier 4 standard. Magic Array costs 1,000 magic crystals per minute to maintain. Yet, now, Shifeng was being told that the ruler of the ancient dragon sanctuary during his previous life was being sealed in the miniature ancient world. This was simply unbelievable. Before Shifeng could recover from his surprise, Meteor suddenly shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." As soon as Meteor finished speaking, the demon monarch Forenza could be seen lifting the scepter in his hand and creating several hundred summoning arrays in the sky. Then, level 130, Tier 4 great demons began emerging from these summoning arrays one after another, their numbers quickly reaching the 4 digits. After completing his summoning, Forenza sneered at Shifeng and the others as he commanded, "Go forth, my servants! Devour the souls of these heavens blessed." Immediately, the army of great demons swooped down from the sky, leaving Shifeng and the others no time to prepare at all. Tier 4s open a path. Everyone else, focus on support and defense. Meteor did not panic even when facing the army of great demons. Instead, he calmly gave out commands to his team. An army of over 1,000 level 130 great demons might be terrifying opponents to face for a Tier 3 team, but their team had 10 Tier 4 players. They were more than strong enough to cope against the great demons. The only problem they needed to worry about was their stamina consumption. "It seems there's no hope for Zero Wing this time," Star Snail said, sighing in disappointment when she saw the army of great demons swooping down from the sky. As for Death Omen, she simply let out a cold laugh in her heart. Even several Tier 4 experts working together would have a hard time going up against so many Tier 4 great demons simultaneously, let alone Zero Wings team, which only had one Tier 4 player. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286, Sword Emperor and Sword Emperor. Chapter 286, Sword Emperor and Sword Emperor. How is this possible? Death Omen's mouth nearly fell wide open when she saw the 22 Tier 3 players from Zero Wings team giving off an aura no different than that of Tier 4 players. It was incredibly challenging to increase the strength of one's mana in God's domain. Although some tools could accomplish this feat, the effects of these tools were limited. Moreover, most of them could only take effect on one player. Even so, these tools were still considered rare and precious treasures in God's domain, so much so that not even the Paimon conglomerate would be willing to provide such tools to its internal geniuses. As for tools capable of improving the mana of multiple players, it went without saying that the value of such tools would be exponentially greater. Yet, now, Zero Wing had taken out 4 of such tools. How could Death Omen not be in disbelief? At this moment, even the Paimon conglomerate's geniuses were stunned by this situation. Such wealth was something not even the Paimon conglomerate could take out in the miniature ancient world. Moreover, Even if the Paimon conglomerate had such tools in the miniature ancient world, it wouldn't hand these tools over to developing geniuses like themselves. After all, such behavior was already beyond prodigal. It should be known that Zero Wing's magic tactical vehicles were not immortal items. The tactical vehicles would get damaged when attacked and become useless after their durability fell to 0. Meanwhile, monsters would typically prioritize attacking items capable of improving players' mana, such as the magic tactical vehicle. They wouldn't simply stand still and do nothing, as the magic tactical vehicle was strengthening the players trying to kill them. Hence, taking out something as precious and fragile as the magic tactical vehicle in front of so many Tier 4 great demons was an incredibly crazy move. Guild Leader Black Flame, isn't it a little too much to take out 4 magic tactical vehicles? Colorful Lunarite asked anxiously when she saw the nearby Tier 4 great demons turning their attention to the magic tactical vehicles. The great demons were not only numerous, but every one of them could also use Tier 4 spells. Even though their team had switched to focusing solely on defense, the magic tactical vehicle's durability was still decreasing steadily. Rather than risk losing 4 magic tactical vehicles, it'd be wiser to risk only 2 instead. After all, they should be able to keep themselves alive with just 12 players with Tier 4 mana. No, this number is just right, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Then, he turned to look at the Paimon conglomerate's team, which was rapidly advancing toward the temple, and continued, any less, and we'll have trouble competing with the other side. If they were simply looking to stay alive, he naturally wouldn't take out 4 magic tactical vehicles and risk losing all of them. After all, he didn't have an unlimited supply of these powerful war weapons. He could only exchange a limited number of magic tactical vehicles each month. However, his current goal was to rescue the Dragon Princess. This meant that a clash with the Paimon conglomerate's team would be inevitable. While it was true that their team had many players with Tier 4 mana, the combat standards of Su Qianlu and the others were significantly inferior to the Paimon conglomerate's geniuses. The gap was so significant that Meteor and Star Snail could kill Su Qianlu, and the others all by themselves. After all, fights between players differed from fights between players and monsters. Monsters possessed a significant HP advantage. Because of this, even the God-ranked expert list's top 5 experts would have great difficulty soloing a Tier 4 mythic monster of the same level. However, if these top 5 experts were to fight players of the same level and tier, they would only need a few moves to finish the fight. Not to mention, even with 23 Tier 4 combatants on their team, their speed of advance was only slightly faster than the Paimon conglomerate's team, which had only 10 Tier 4 experts. Moreover, this was under the situation where the Paimon conglomerate's team was still conserving its strength. Hence, the use of 4 magic tactical vehicles was absolutely necessary if they wanted to surpass the Paimon conglomerate's team. Competing with the other side, Colorful Lunarite turned to look at the Demon King guarding the temple's entrance when she heard Shifeng's words, and she couldn't help but feel that Shifeng was joking with her. Unlike Nether King Diaclo, Demon King Firenze wasn't a severely weakened Tier 5 monster. Instead, he was a Tier 5 Demon King capable of effortlessly annihilating Tier 4 teams. The reason the Paimon conglomerate's team dared to come here must mean that they had come prepared. However, that was not the case at all for their team. They were dragged into this mess, so they didn't come prepared in the slightest. When Shifeng, Colorful Lunarite, and the others reached within 100 yards of the temple's entrance, the Paimon conglomerate's Meteor and Star Snail suddenly activated their Tier 4 Berserk skills and charged for the temple's entrance at full speed. When Firenze saw this, he swung his scepter left and right, instantly creating 2 Tier 5 magic arrays beneath his feet. Tier 5 spell, Spatial Smash. Tier 5 spell, Dark Paradise. Immediately, With Firenze as the center, space within a 100-yard radius ruptured, and spatial tears formed rapidly. At the same time, dark orbs capable of pulverizing space covered the ruptured space, the combination making it nigh impossible for anyone to reach the temple's entrance unharmed. Su Qianlu and the others were rendered speechless by this scene. The average Tier 5 monster was plenty terrifying already, yet, on top of having Tier 5 basic attributes and Tier 5 spells, Firenze also possessed control and mastery over spells that could put domain realm experts to shame. Tier 5 spells were incredibly complex, and even peak magical class experts could, at best, employ speed casting on Tier 5 spells. Silent casting was simply out of the question for peak experts, let alone double silent casting. Moreover, Firenze perfectly combined the two spells into a Tier 5 combination spell. In terms of raw power, a Tier 5 combination spell was several times stronger than an ordinary Tier 5 spell. Even Tier 5 players wouldn't dare to try to receive such a spell. However, the Demon Monarch's Tier 5 combination spell did not faze Meteor and Star Snail in the slightest. Immediately, Star Snail transformed her shield into multiple magic barriers, drastically increasing her defensive capabilities. Then, with the help of these magic barriers, she briefly stopped the spatial tears spreading in her direction, opening a path for Meteor to advance through safely. As for Meteor, he transformed his broken sword into hundreds of threads. Then, he used these threads to guide the dark orbs floating in the air and have them float toward Firenze, his control over the flow of strength simply extraordinary. Under Meteor's manipulation, it looked as if he were the one who had cast Dark Paradise instead of Firenze. When Firenze saw this, he suddenly waved his scepter and transformed it into numerous lightning bolts that erratically spread to the surroundings. Not only did these lightning bolts break apart the approaching dark orbs, they also created a lightning field that prevented Meteor from moving within 50 yards of the temple's entrance. Absolute control. After trying and failing to deflect the oncoming lightning bolts a few times, Meteor's expression quickly turned grave. Absolute control could be regarded as an incredibly tricky mana manipulation technique to deal with. If a spellcaster knew absolute control, they could continue exerting control over their one-time use spells after launching them. They could even correct the trajectory of an offensive spell that had been deflected. While Meteor was trying to figure out how he could get past the several hundred lightning bolts and reach the temple's entrance without getting hit, a figure suddenly dashed past him and entered the lightning field. Is he crazy? Meteor grew confused when he saw Shi Feng charging into the lightning field. Every one of the lightning bolts Firenze summoned carried power at the Tier 5 advanced standard. Even with a Berserk skill activated, a Tier 4 player could, at most, survive a few hits. In a situation where it was impossible to evade or deflect these lightning bolts, there was no way a Tier 4 player could get past this lightning field alive. Are you that eager to die? When Firenze saw Shi Feng charging into his lightning field, he promptly had them attack him in an irregular pattern. Demon God's armament, God's Slayer. Shi Feng executed Sword's orbit without hesitation when he saw the several hundred oncoming lightning bolts. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 287, Dragon Princess. Chapter 287, Dragon Princess. Boom, boom, boom. Several hundred light blue lightning bolts bombarded Shi Feng continuously, the clash between stars and lightning bolts sending echoes of explosions spreading across the entire island. 98%, 96%, 94%. Because Firenze held absolute control over his spell, there was no use in trying to deflect or make use of his attacks. Shi Feng could only block the attacks, and there were no opportunities to be seized. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng's HP had already fallen close to 50%. Yet, When all of the several hundred lightning bolts disappeared from the battlefield, Shi Feng remained standing in midair. Although he had less than 5% of his HP remaining, there was no doubt he was still alive. He didn't die. Meteor subconsciously gaped in shock when he saw that Shi Feng hadn't been reduced to ashes. Is he a monster? Firenze was not only a Tier 5 Demon King, but he was also a demon monarch among the demon race. He was as strong as a 6-winged Valkyrie of the same level and tier. In a situation where he had free reign over his Tier 5 spells, he could obliterate a medium-sized NPC city all by himself. Yet, Shi Feng had survived one of Firenze's Tier 5 spells without dodging, deflecting, or manipulating. He had blocked and survived a Tier 5 Demon King's Tier 5 spell despite being only a Tier 4 player. If Meteor were to tell this matter to others, they would definitely call him a liar. After all, a Tier 5 Demon King's Tier 5 spell was not only powerful, but it also had a very high attack frequency and attack count. It wasn't something a Tier 4 player could resist simply by activating a Berserk skill. He survived even an attack like that. Could he be wielding a legendary weapon? Star Snail, who had caught up to Meteor, couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in confusion. It wasn't impossible for Tier 4 players to hold their ground against Tier 5 monsters. However, players typically did, so by deflecting monsters' attacks. If players were to go up against a Tier 5 monster with absolute control, they would need a legendary weapon to stand a chance. However, legendary weapons required a lot of time to obtain. It was why legendary weapons were considerably rare even in the greater gods' domain. Seeing as the miniature ancient world had only opened up not long ago, there was no way anyone could have gotten their hands on a legendary weapon already. If Shi Feng truly was in possession of a legendary weapon, neither she nor Meteor would be a match for him. Any fourth-floor expert wielding a legendary weapon could wipe the floor with them in their current state. Even as an MT, Star Snail doubted she could last more than 30 seconds against such an opponent. Not to mention, Shi Feng was even an expert who had mastered a Saint-rank mana technique. However, what Star Snail did not know was that Shi Feng was in possession of the Tier 4 Overtier spell Demon God's Armament, the spell increasing the effects of all of his weapons and equipment by 100%. Not only did this spell boost his basic attributes drastically, but it also allowed his physique and reaction speed to undergo a qualitative transformation. Hence, he barely managed to keep up with Demon King Firenze's attacks. Of course, out of the several hundred lightning bolts, only about 100 had managed to hit him. Otherwise, even with Demon God's Armament's buffs, he would still be blown into smithereens. Meanwhile, Death Omen fell silent when she saw this outcome from a distance. Originally, Death Omen thought that Shi Feng would, at most, be a little stronger than Meteor. She thought that even if Shi Feng could win against Meteor, it would be a close victory. Hence, she felt that if Meteor and Star Snail were to work together, there would be no way Zero Wing's team could leave this island alive. But now, even if the rest of the Paimon conglomerate's Tier 4 experts worked together with Meteor and Star Snail, it was unlikely they'd have any hopes of winning against Shi Feng. Is this guild leader Black Flame's true strength? Colorful Lunarite's eyes widened in disbelief at what she had just seen. At the same time, she also understood why Shi Feng had reacted so calmly to seeing the Paimon conglomerate's Meteor and Star Snail. With Shi Feng's presence, Zero Wing was practically guaranteed to secure Crying Sea City's medium shipyard now. While everyone was feeling shocked and surprised, Shi Feng promptly charged into the temple as soon as he finished blocking Firenze's lightning bolts. Although Firenze tried to stop Shi Feng was too fast, so Firenze could only watch as Shi Feng entered the temple. It really is the Dragon Princess. After entering the temple, Shi Feng drank a master regeneration potion he took out from his bag, while observing a woman suspended in the middle of the temple's hall. The woman wore a holy dress and a silver crown. Her face was as delicate as snow, and she was seemingly asleep as her eyes were tightly shut. Meanwhile, this holy woman was none other than the dragon Princess Kelisha in Shifeng's memories. However, before Shifeng could further scrutinize the holy woman, the threefold barrier outside the temple suddenly shattered. At the same time, another threefold barrier formed at the temple's entrance, sealing the temple shut. At this time, Firenze had also appeared inside the temple's hall. Calmly, he looked at Shifeng and said, "I have to say that you are very lucky to be able to reach this place. Heaven's blessed. I even had to retract all my strength just to deal with you. However, you are all out of luck now." As soon as Firenze finished speaking, the density of the mana around him rapidly increased in density, doubling in the blink of an eye. The intensity of the aura he radiated was also vastly stronger than before. Guild leader! Su Qianlu immediately grew worried when he saw Demon King Firenze becoming even stronger than before. If the previous Firenze was equated to a puppy, the current Firenze was akin to an adult tiger in his prime. There was simply no comparison between the two. The barrier is gone. All of you retreat immediately. Shifeng shouted through the team chat when he saw that Su Qianlu and the others intended to charge into the temple. "None of us will be leaving alive if you come in." Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Su Qianlu and the others gritted their teeth and reluctantly retreated from the temple. Despite their reluctance, Su Qianlu and the others understood that not even Tier 4 players could resist the current Firenze, let alone Tier 3 players like themselves. If they stood before Firenze, even moving their bodies would become a challenge, let alone fighting the Demon King. They would only drag down Shifeng if they chose to stay. Meteor was similarly surprised when he saw the change in Firenze's strength. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Change of plans. Everyone retreat immediately." After saying so, Meteor fled the area immediately, not daring to stay here even a moment longer. The violent mana Firenze currently radiated could already affect his movements. He had never experienced this situation when facing other Tier 5 monsters. Firenze paid no heed to the withdrawal of the teams of Zero Wing and the Paimon conglomerate. Instead, he looked at Shifeng with a friendly smile and said, "Now that your friends have left, I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to use them to compensate for my disappointment. It's all or nothing." When Shifeng saw that Firenze was about to make a move, he dashed up to Kelisha and cut apart the chains binding her hands. He prayed that this would awaken Kelisha. Otherwise, he really would be dying here today. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288, End of the Line. Chapter 288, End of the Line Land of Ancient Dragons. Outer Zone's shore. With this much distance between us, that Demon King will need some time to catch up to us. If we split up now, many of us should get out of here alive, Meteor said, sighing in relief as he looked back at the distant temple. Demon King Firenze's sudden transformation was never mentioned in the information they collected, so they didn't have any countermeasures prepared. An increase to the density of one's mana could provide significant improvements even to ordinary players, let alone a monster capable of casting spells. If Firenze were to use the Spatial Smash and Dark Paradise combination again, none of them would be able to move a muscle. "We might be safe now, but we have also failed our mission," Star Snail said worriedly. "After this failure, the conglomerate is unlikely to let us take on such an important mission again for the foreseeable future." The important mission she spoke of was crucial for the Paimon conglomerate's internal geniuses to improve their standings in the conglomerate. Meanwhile, they only had one opportunity to challenge these missions each month. Moreover, Should they fail to complete an important mission, they would be prohibited from challenging another for several months. It is indeed a huge loss for us. Meeting Zero Wing here is also outside of our expectations, Meteor said as he turned to look at Su Qianlu and the others, who were currently recuperating some distance away. Then, in a cold tone, he continued, Zero Wing is much more dangerous than we initially thought. If we don't take care of Zero Wing now, it will become a hindrance for the conglomerate in the miniature ancient world. I agree. Star Snail nodded. Moreover, they should have discovered the land of ancient dragons' 7 luminaries crystals. If they publicize this matter, it will increase the number of competitors we have to face. 7 luminaries crystals were incredibly precious even to the Paimon conglomerate. Meanwhile, an Orvane capable of producing up to 3,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal per day was incredibly rare and precious. Every god's domain was the basis of development for a civilization. Because of this, every god's domain would have a local system favoring native players heavily. If players were to enter a foreign god's domain, they would typically be subjected to the world's suppression and have their tiers reduced by 1. For example, should a Tier 6 player enter a foreign god's domain, they would be forcibly suppressed to Tier 5. In such a situation, there was no way these foreign Tier 6 players could go up against the native Tier 6 players. After all, the gap between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players was no longer one that could be overcome with numbers. Unless a power had overwhelming strength, it would have an incredibly difficult time occupying a foreign god's domain. Because of this, one could easily imagine how valuable the land of ancient dragons, Orvane, was. So, to reduce the competition the Paimon conglomerate had to face later on, it was best if they got rid of Zero Wing's team right here and now. Coincidentally, there was an easy way to accomplish this in the land of ancient dragons, the Spirit Devourers. With the Spirit Devourers' help, they could permanently erase players from God's domain. Should we attack them now? Death Omen asked, a look of interest on her face. If they could deal a heavy blow to Zero Wing's main force now, Zero Wing would have its activities in the miniature ancient world severely restricted. On the other side, Su Qianlu and the others also quickly noticed what the Paimon conglomerate's team was planning. They're coming closer. It seems they plan to attack us. Su Qianlu grew a little anxious when she saw Meteor and the others moving closer and closer to their team. After witnessing the strength Meteor and Star Snail displayed, Su Qianlu did not think even for a moment that Zero Wing's main force could win against the Paimon conglomerate's team. In fact, Meteor alone was probably enough to wipe the floor with Zero Wing's main force. We are not far from the warship, Colorful Lunarite suddenly said. So long as we can board the warship, we'll have a chance to shake them off our tails. In that case, I'll stay behind and buy us time, Su Qianlu said. Despite what Colorful Lunarite said, Su Qianlu did not think their team was near the warship. Even though they had reached the shore already, they would still need to run for at least half an hour before they could reach and board the warship. This much time was more than enough for the Paimon conglomerate's experts to annihilate Zero Wing's main force. You don't need to do that. We only need to fight as we retreat, Colorful Lunarite said, shaking her head. Also, I'm afraid I am currently the only one in our team who can keep Meteor distracted. Only 4th floor experts could keep someone like Meteor distracted. Anyone weaker would be dead in one move. Su Qianlu and the others might have learned many silver combat techniques, but their combat standards were significantly inferior to even the Green God Corporation's internal experts. They would only be throwing their lives away pointlessly if they tried to fight Meteor. Subsequently, Colorful Lunarite, Su Qianlu, and the others began frantically withdrawing in the bronze warship's direction. When Meteor saw Colorful Lunarite and the others running away, he laughed and said, Do you honestly think you can help Zero Wings members escape? Lunarite? Meteor had interacted with colorful Lunarite some years ago, so he knew she was an internal genius nurtured by the Green God Corporation. With her strength, colorful Lunarite could indeed be regarded as a powerful expert among the various hegemonic powers. However, against him, she didn't even have a chance of running away with her life. Immediately, Meteor dashed forward, his body transforming into a streak of light that rapidly approached Zero Wing's main force. Although Su Qianlu and the others possessed basic attributes rivaling Tier 4 players, there was inherently a huge difference in movement speed between Tier 3 and Tier 4 players. This was because actual Tier 4 players could fly even without the help of a mana domain. Subsequently, the distance between Meteor and Zero Wing's main force rapidly shrunk. 1,500 yards. 1,000 yards. 500 yards. This is the end of the line. When Meteor saw that there were less than 200 yards between him and Zero Wing's main force, he promptly reached for his sword. At this distance, Zero Wing's main force was already within his attack range. Whoosh! However, just as Meteor was about to draw his sword, a sword light suddenly tore through space and flew at him from a distance. Fortunately, his instincts kicked in, and he dodged the unexpected attack in the nick of time. Who is it? Who dares to interfere with the Paimon conglomerate's actions? Meteor bellowed as he turned to look at where the sword light came from, his expression turning indescribably ugly. Previously, Meteor had only dodged the attack out of instinct, so he didn't find the attack to be anything remarkable. However, he quickly changed his mind when he saw the spatial tear that measured over 500 yards in length. No matter how he looked at it, this attack range was inhuman. I have no idea what is going on since I was only passing by, but I cannot turn a blind eye to you chasing after Zero Wing's retreating members, said a peerless beauty with long light blue hair and a silver crown on her head as she stepped out of the spatial fissure. Then, looking at Meteor, the woman continued, "Since you intend to harm Zero Wing's members, how about I, Laura Crater, be your opponent? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 289. Another monster? Chapter 289. Another monster? Commander Laura? Su Qianlu stopped running as she turned to look at the figure that had emerged from the dense forest and stood in Meteor's way, her eyes widening in shock. It had already been some time since Laura Crater had disappeared from the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Outsiders might not know what Laura Crater had left to do, but Su Qianlu knew that Laura had left to challenge her Tier 4 promotion. So, logically, Laura wouldn't appear in the land of ancient dragons. Is she the woman mentioned in the reports? When colorful Lunarite saw Laura, she couldn't help but scrutinize the other party out of curiosity. According to the information the Green God Corporation gathered, Laura Crater was one of the few fourth-floor experts belonging to the Azura Mercenary Alliance. The corporation had even suspected that Laura might be a titled expert. However, because Laura had suddenly disappeared after the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack took effect, the various powers gradually stopped paying attention to her. At this point, the name of Laura Crater was all but forgotten in the miniature ancient world. So, colorful Lunarite didn't think that Laura Crater would appear in the land of ancient dragons of all places. Moreover, it was obvious that Laura was no longer the same as when she last fought in the Boundary Mountain Range. The aura she exuded clearly indicated that she had already reached Tier 4 and become a bona fide Sword Emperor. However, after their brief surprise, a wave of unease also spread in the hearts of Su Qianlu and colorful Lunarite. Tier 4 players might stand at the top of the current miniature ancient world, but one Tier 4 player was unlikely to be enough to stop the Paimon conglomerate's team. It was especially true for the likes of Meteor and Star Snail. The two were far stronger than the average titled expert. You want to be our opponent? Do you think you are worthy of that? Death Omen sneered contemptuously as she looked at Laura Crater. Then, she immediately poised herself to resume chasing Su Qianlu and the others. It was true that Laura Crater had shown incredible strength at the Boundary Mountain Range. It was also true that she had reached Tier 4 already. With her achievements, even the various hegemonic powers would have to be wary of her. However, it was a different story for the Paimon conglomerate. The conglomerate's team of geniuses was vastly superior to the teams the various hegemonic powers could come up with. Not even the God List's top 5 experts would dare to act arrogantly in front of the conglomerate's genius team, let alone ordinary titled experts. Yet, the moment Death Omen took her first step, an arm suddenly appeared in her path, blocking her advance. Commander Meteor? Death Omen looked at the person blocking her path, her mind failing to understand what Meteor was trying to do. However, at the same time as Death Omen posed her question, she also noticed a strange situation. Whether it was the Crimson Sword Emperor Meteor or the Divine Shield Star Snail, neither wore their previous look of nonchalance. Instead, replacing their calm expression was a solemn one. Even their eyes carried strong hints of alertness. This was a reaction they would normally only make when they were going up against experts capable of threatening them. While watching Laura Crater slowly making her way over, Meteor said in a low tone, "Don't act rashly. This person isn't simple." Not simple. Death Omen was surprised. Could it be that even you are not confident in dealing with her, Commander Meteor? "I can't be sure without fighting her," Meteor said, "but I am certain she is not weaker than Black Flame." Not weaker than Black Flame. When Death Omen heard Meteor's evaluation, she couldn't help but take another look at Laura Crater, her mind in disbelief. Death Omen had already witnessed Black Flame's strength. He was a monster capable of surviving the full-powered attack of a Tier 5 Demon King, despite being only a Tier 4 player. This was a feat not even Meteor and Star Snail could accomplish. Honestly, Death Omen already had a hard time accepting the fact that Zero Wing had such a monster in its midst. Yet, now, she was being told that the Azura Mercenary Alliance's Laura Crater was also a monster on Black Flame's standard. How could she possibly believe this? It should be known that the Azura Mercenary Alliance was only a group of nobodies gathered by Zero Wing. Its strength couldn't even compare to the local super guilds, let alone the Flower of Seven Sins. So, how could a monster of Black Flame's caliber possibly appear in the Mercenary Alliance? Amidst Death Omen's days, Meteor began walking toward Laura Crater. "Commander Laura, since you wish to intervene in Zero Wing's affairs, would you be willing to block 3 of my attacks? If you block all 3, my team will give up on targeting Zero Wing's team. However, if you can't, I hope you will stop interfering in this matter. What do you think?" Meteor asked as he unsheathed the broken sword he carried on his back. Death Omen sighed in relief when she heard Meteor's words. The Flower of Seven Sins had no control over the Paimon conglomerate's actions. If Meteor did not wish to fight Laura Crater for the Flower of Seven Sins, there was nothing Death Omen could do about it. However, by the looks of things, it would seem that Meteor planned to try and fight Laura Crater. Meanwhile, should Laura Crater refuse Meteor's suggestion or fail to block Meteor's attacks, Zero Wing's main force would be doomed. Laura Crater was a little surprised by Meteor's suggestion. Then, she calmly responded, "All right, I agree with your conditions. If I can block 3 of your attacks, I will have to ask you to cease your actions against Zero Wing." "Of course. I always keep my word." Meteor nodded and raised his broken sword with both hands. Immediately, the aura he radiated skyrocketed in intensity, his aura not at all inferior to when he had his berserk skill activated during his fight with Demon King Firenza. It was obvious that he treated Laura Crater as a formidable enemy. They're having a one-on-one fight. Colorful Lunarite gaped in shock, when she saw this development from a distance. She never thought Meteor would choose to fight Laura Crater in a one-on-one duel. The Paimon Conglomerate's team held a significant numbers advantage. Logically, even if Laura Crater was now a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, she could, at most, hold Meteor back by herself, while the Paimon Conglomerate's team's remaining 9 Tier 4 experts would have free reign. Meanwhile, these 9 Tier 4 experts would be more than enough to annihilate Zero Wing's team. So, there was no need for Meteor to go through the hassle of challenging Laura to a duel. The only reason Meteor would take such a course of action was that he felt that Laura Crater alone was strong enough to pose a significant threat to his team, and Colorful Lunarite found this situation to be absolutely astonishing. Before Colorful Lunarite could recover from her shock, Meteor's broken sword had transformed into hundreds of threads that attacked Laura Crater from various directions. Each of these threads carried enough power to tear apart space and heavily injure superior mythic monsters of the same level. Moreover, they could even increase their power by forming weaves of 10 threads or more. Tier 4 Advanced Silver Combination Combat Technique. 1,000 threads. How foolish of her to give Meteor time to execute 1,000 threads. When Death Omen saw Laura Crater patiently waiting for Meteor to attack her, she couldn't help but laugh in her mind. Anyone familiar with Meteor would know about his trademark move, 1,000 threads. It was an attack that combined the Tier 4 legacy skill Spatial Dicing and the advanced silver combat technique Tornado. It was with this move that Meteor had injured Saint 9, the third-ranked player on the God-ranked expert list. Had Saint 9 not activated an invulnerability skill in time, he would have definitely died to this move. The only flaw in this combination attack was its somewhat long execution time. However, so long as Meteor successfully executed the combination attack, his opponents would die without fail unless they possessed an invulnerability skill. Subsequently, the several hundred threads could be seen attacking Laura Crater from all directions. Yet, even as the threads closed on her, Laura did not make any movements. She didn't even draw the long sword hanging by her waist. Boom! The sound of a loud explosion shook the area, followed by a blinding light that brightly illuminated the entire coastline. The light was so dazzling that everyone found it difficult to look at the source directly. When the blinding light faded, Laura could be seen standing in her original position, her right hand sheathing the long sword she had drawn without anyone's notice. As for the threads that previously covered the sky, they had vanished as if they never existed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290, Legend. Chapter 290, Legend. How is this possible? When Death Omen saw Laura Crater remaining intact, she couldn't help but rub her eyes and take a second glance. Meteor's 1,000 threads was an attack that forced the third-ranked player on the God-ranked expert list to use an invulnerability skill. Yet, Laura had blocked it perfectly without using an invulnerability skill. On top of that, she didn't even manage to see when Laura had unsheathed her sword and brandished it. Standing in the distance, Colorful Lunarite also gaped in shock when she saw this outcome, her mind having difficulty accepting this situation. The average expert might not be aware of Meteor's trademark move, but as a genius nurtured internally by the Green God Corporation, Colorful Lunarite knew a little about it. Meanwhile, according to the corporation's report, so long as Meteor successfully executed 1,000 threads, even paragons like the third-ranked Saint 9 would have to do their best to avoid it. So, it was incredibly shocking to Colorful Lunarite to see Laura unscathed. Most importantly, she didn't even see what Laura had done just now. This situation caused Colorful Lunarite to turn to Su Qianlu, hoping that she could get an explanation from the other party. However, Su Qianlu was equally bewildered by this situation, so she could only respond to Colorful Lunarite's curious gaze with a bitter smile. Su Qianlu was aware that Laura Crater was very powerful, After all, the other party was the strongest expert in the stratified abyssal realms Slumber City. Only Su Qianlu never thought that Laura Crater would be this strong. After silence enveloped the battlefield for a short moment, Meteor suddenly revealed a look of realization. Then he asked, "I truly did not think the miniature ancient world would have an expert like you. Players have only begun to reach Tier 4 recently. At this point in time, even titled experts have, at best, developed their mana bodies to a completion rate of around 110%, yet you have already reached the maximum of 120%. Who are you?" Her mana body is at 120% completion rate. When Death Omen heard Meteor's words, she turned to look at Laura Crater as if she were looking at a monster. The mana body was a player's foundation. The greater the control a player had over their mana body, the greater the strength they could exhibit. Normally, a peak expert would be fortunate if they could unlock their mana body to 100% completion rate shortly after getting promoted to Tier 4. As for going beyond the 100% limit, to do so would require players to modify and improve the method they use to control their mana body, making their method better suit themselves. However, breaking the mana body's 100% limit was not an easy feat. Achieving further improvements after breaking the 100% limit was an even more challenging task. Typically, peak experts could, at most, develop the completion rate of their mana bodies to 105%. Moreover, reaching this completion rate required a lot of time and effort. As for fourth floor experts, their progress would generally hit a wall after they reached 110%. Moreover, the higher the rank of a player's mana body, the more difficult it would be to improve. Even a peerless genius like Meteor had only reached 109% completion rate with his epic mana body. Although Meteor couldn't tell what rank Laura's mana body was at, it didn't matter, even if it was only a gold mana body. Reaching 120% completion rate in a gold mana body was still an incredible feat even in the greater God's domain. If Laura had an epic mana body, she would be a legend in the greater God's domain. After sheathing her longsword, Laura calmly replied, "I am only an ordinary member of Azura passing by." An ordinary member of Azura? Death Omen couldn't help but cast a look of contempt at Laura. Only a fool would believe such words. "We're leaving." After taking one last look at the so-called ordinary member of Azura, Meteor put away his broken sword, turned around, and left. "Commander Meteor, are we going to retreat? Just like that?" Death Omen was stunned by Meteor's decision to retreat. This is the perfect opportunity to inflict heavy damage to Zero Wing's main force. If we miss this opportunity, Zero Wing will create many problems for us in the future. Death Omen admitted that Laura Crater was much stronger than she imagined. However, Meteor still had cards he hadn't used. So long as he used those hidden cards, defeating Laura Crater might not be out of the question. "I cannot stop her in my current state," Meteor said as he glanced at Death Omen. "If you wish to continue pursuing Zero Wing's main force, I won't stop you. However, I'm afraid you don't have much time left." After saying so, Meteor promptly left the area with the Paimon conglomerate's members. Damn it! When Death Omen saw Meteor and the others leaving, she gritted her teeth and retreated as well. Now that the land of ancient dragons had transformed into a God-mode regional dungeon, not only did it house the incredibly dangerous spirit devourers, but it also housed an abundance of 7 luminaries crystals in its inner zone. Information on these 7 luminaries crystals would spread across the miniature ancient world sooner or later. At that time, thousands of powers would flock to this place. After all, nobody could resist the temptation of half an elementary god's domain's daily production volume of 7 luminaries crystals. So, they needed to start making preparations as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Colorful Lunarite, Su Qianlu, and the others experienced another round of surprise when they saw Meteor's team retreating. Colorful Lunarite, in particular, had her evaluation of Zero Wing and the Azura Mercenary Alliance thoroughly renewed. After witnessing Shifeng's and Laura Crater's strength, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Azura Mercenary Alliance had two experts capable of rivaling the God-ranked expert list's top 3 players. Not even the higher gods' domain's hegemonic powers possessed such strength in the miniature ancient world. This won't do. I have to inform Vice President Xia about this as soon as possible. Thinking up to this point, Colorful Lunarite quickly had one of her subordinates on board the warship go offline to inform Xia Qingyin about today's matter. Meanwhile, inside the land of ancient dragons' temple, there is no escape for you, heavens blessed. Demon King Firenze said gloatingly as he launched one Tier 5 spell after another at Shifeng. Even though Shifeng was fully focused on evasion and did not make any excess movements, his HP had still fallen to 10% in no time. He also didn't have any time to consume a regeneration potion, so it was only a matter of time before he got killed. This is my limit. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile when he saw that Godslayer's duration was about to end. Originally, Shifeng thought that he would have a chance of surviving if he broke the chains binding Dragon Princess Kalisha. Unfortunately, Kalisha remained asleep even after her restraints were broken. The only changes that took place after the chains broke were the temple's space becoming increasingly stable and the temple's mana becoming increasingly denser. Dense eternal energy had even started to flood the temple, allowing Shifeng's mind to achieve unprecedented clarity. With his clear state of mind, Shifeng was able to quickly break through the 100% threshold of his legendary mana body. Then, once he integrated Holy Annihilation's mana control technique with his legendary mana body's mana control technique, he instantly elevated his mana body to 110% completion rate. Because of this, his physique, the density of his mana, and the strength of his mana also experienced a qualitative transformation. Combined with Godslayer's effect, Shifeng was already close to rivaling a Tier 5 Sword Saint in strength. It was only with this enhanced strength that he had managed to dodge and survive the bombardment of Tier 5 spells from Firenze. However, once Godslayer's duration ended, Shifeng would lose his only means of surviving Demon King Firenze's attacks. Die. When Firenze noticed that Shifeng had already lost his Tier 5 mana and Tier 5 concentration, he promptly raised his scepter and sent 3 Tier 5 destruction spells blasting at Shifeng from 3 different directions. Thump! However, before Firenze's spells could hit Shifeng, a loud heartbeat suddenly echoed throughout the temple. Then, the entire temple fell silent, and the mana powering Firenze's 3 destruction spells stagnated. At the same time, sweat began appearing on Firenze's ferocious face as he anxiously turned his crimson eyes toward the origin of the heartbeat. Firenze had gotten so anxious that he had even forgotten to maintain his spells, which, in turn, caused the 3 destruction spells to disintegrate. Immediately afterward, Shifeng also turned to the source of the heartbeat. At this time, Kalisha, the dragon princess who remained suspended in midair motionlessly this entire time, suddenly opened her eyes. When those indescribable silver eyes opened, both Shifeng and Firenze subconsciously took a step back. They felt as if their lives were firmly held by this pair of eyes at this moment, and their life and death were no longer in their control. Meanwhile, the instant Kalisha awakened, a system notification also entered Shifeng's ears. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291, Eternal Night Upgraded. Chapter 291, Eternal Night Upgraded System. Congratulations! You have awakened Dragon Princess Kalisha and triggered the legendary world Quest Sanctuary's Rise. Quest content. Collect 100 god crystals within 100 days to restore Dragon Princess Kalish's strength. Rewards unknown. The system notification repeated 3 times, putting Shifeng into a daze. 100 god crystals in 100 days. Shifeng couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he read the system notification before him. A god crystal was the crystallization of a god's power. While it might not be as rare as a legendary item, its preciousness was not the least beast lower than fragmented legendary items. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that 100 god crystals could be used to exchange 100 fragmented legendary items. Moreover, this was only true when one was offering to use god crystals to trade for fragmented legendary items. If one was trying to trade fragmented legendary items for god crystals, the ratio wouldn't necessarily be 1-to-1. Even if all of the hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world worked together, they wouldn't necessarily be able to come up with 50 god crystals in 100 days, let alone 100 god crystals. This was essentially an impossible quest. While Shifeng was in a daze, Firenze suddenly regained his calm, his previous frightened expression nowhere to be seen. There was even a hint of joy in his eyes now. It seems the passage of time has weakened you quite a bit, Kalisha. You're not even at Tier 5 right now, Firenze said, as he looked at Kalisha with a cordial smile. In that case, you might as well let me see you off one last time. It won't be a disgrace for you to die by my hands. After saying so, Firenze promptly began chanting a spell. Subsequently, with each syllable Firenze spat out, the lighting in the temple gradually darkened. At the same time, dark mana began flooding the temple and expelling all other elements of mana from the temple. Shifeng's expression turned grave when he saw this scene. Shifeng was well aware that Firenze had not gotten serious in the slightest when fighting him previously. The Demon King was only messing around and using a bunch of ordinary Tier 5 spells against him. Now, though, Firenze was serious. Dark Tide. This was a Tier 5 curse capable of rivaling Tier 6 spells. This one spell could eradicate all life within a royal capital with a population of tens of millions. It was a spell that could neither be blocked nor dodged. If Firenze was allowed to complete this spell, Shifeng would no longer have to worry about completing his Legendary World quest. After all, nothing would be left of his character's Tier 4 immortal soul if he got hit by this move. His character would cease to exist in God's domain, and he would have no choice but to start over from scratch. As the density of the dark mana in the temple continuously increased, Kalisha suddenly appeared in front of Shifeng. Is she really only at Tier 4? Shifeng was startled when he saw Kalisha appearing before him all of a sudden. Even though Kalisha's statistics showed that she was only at level 130, Tier 4 currently, she was so fast that he didn't even react to her movements. Normally, not even a Tier 5 existence's movement speed was fast enough to escape Shifeng's perception. The only explanation he could think of was that Kalisha had executed Spatial Leap. This was a movement method that was superior to even spatial movement. Normally, only Tier 6 gods could use this movement method. Do you wish to live, heavens blessed? Kalisha asked as she looked at Shifeng. Naturally, Shifeng nodded. Good. Sign a soul contract with me. Then, Kalisha said, I will lend you my power. Afterward, you will have to figure out a way to distract Firenze for 1 minute. A soul contract. Shifeng frowned. A soul contract was not a normal contract. It was the main method evil gods and demon gods used to recruit followers. Players who signed a soul contract would have to permanently contribute a portion of their soul to the contractor to gain a portion of the contractor's power. In the greater God's domain, many players lacking strength would often go down this path to achieve further growth. However, this external power could only provide players with a considerably limited boost in strength. Normally, it would be no different than receiving a god's blessing. At most, the recipient would see an increase in their physique and basic attributes. Moreover, these bonuses would become negligible once players reached Tier 6. While receiving a small boost in strength was better than nothing, the price of obtaining this strength was massive. Firstly, players would permanently lose a portion of their souls. Not only would this increase the death penalty they suffered by several times, but it would also increase the amount of EXP they needed to level up by 2 or more times. Secondly, and most importantly, when the contractor of a soul contract died, the contractee would also follow them to the grave. Of course, a soul contract wasn't completely without its benefits. The stronger a contractor was, the greater the power players would gain when they were at a low tier. This was also why many players would willingly strive for the various evil gods and demon gods. Of course, you can also choose not to enter a contract with me, Kalisha added as she looked at Shurfeng, her bright lips curving into a playful smile. But in that case, you'll be dying here with me. I can see that you carry a not-so-small secret on you. Are you really willing to start over? Fine. You win, Shurfeng said begrudgingly. He couldn't help but feel that the main god system was messing with him. However, the ancient abyssal god's legacy was not some bargain bin legacy. If he were to lose it, no amount of regret could make up for it. That's more like it. Let's begin immediately, then. Kalisha smiled and nodded. Then, seeing as Firenze was about to complete his spell, she quickly drew an ancient divine pattern on the back of Shurfeng's right hand. My power is a little special. It cannot enhance your body directly, only your weapon. Fortunately, it seems that you are carrying a good weapon with you. As soon as Kalisha finished speaking, a new notification appeared before Shurfeng. System, you have signed a soul contract with Dragon Princess Kalisha. You have obtained the Ancient Dragon's power. When Ancient Dragon's power is activated, you may choose to upgrade the rank of one weapon temporarily. As Dragon Princess Kalisha is currently at Tier 4, the chosen weapon can only be upgraded up to the legendary rank for 10 minutes. The first use of Ancient Dragon's power will not cost anything. Each subsequent use will cost 1 god crystal. What an unbelievable power! Shurfeng was stunned by the information the system notification conveyed. Although he had long since expected Dragon Princess Kalisha's power to be extraordinary, he didn't think it would be this amazing. However, after seeing what the Dragon Princess's power could offer, Shurfeng understood why Kalisha could become the Ancient Dragon Sanctuary's sole ruler and elevate an upper-ranking hegemonic power into an apex power during his previous life. Even though Kalisha was only at Tier 4 right now, the power she granted him could already upgrade a weapon up to the legendary rank. If Kalisha were to ascend to Tier 5 or Tier 6, the Ancient Dragon's power she granted him would naturally receive an improvement as well. At that time, he might even be able to elevate a weapon into a divine artifact. A divine artifact. This was a weapon countless experts dreamed of obtaining. Just one piece of divine equipment was enough to let a Tier 6 god-ranked expert rival ancient gods. If a Tier 6 god-ranked expert were to wield a divine weapon, they would see an even greater increase in their strength. However, the cost of using Ancient Dragon's power was also astonishingly high. Even in its current state, Ancient Dragon's power already cost 1 god crystal per use. That was equivalent to expending 1 fragmented legendary item for 10 minutes of glory. Even hegemonic powers would wince at this price. However, before Shurfeng could recover from his surprise, Firenze finally finished chanting the last syllable of his incantation. Die! Firenze bellowed as he released his dark tide at Shurfeng and Kalisha. Immediately, light within the temple seemingly vanished as a tidal wave of darkness appeared and threatened to devour everything within the temple. Ancient Dragon's Power. Shifeng dared not hold back in this critical moment. Immediately, he used Ancient Dragon's Power on the Winter of Eternal Night and swung the long sword at the oncoming tidal wave. Radiant Night. TL notes: I will be using divine weapons and divine equipment to refer to divine artifact-ranked weapons and equipment. I will still use divine artifact-ranked weapons and equipment when the context isn't clear enough. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 292, Peak State. Chapter 292, Peak State. When Shifeng swung the Winter of Eternal Night, the surging tide of darkness instantly froze. Even space itself had become frozen, and not a single particle of mana could move in the slightest, all of them suspended in place. Amazing! After looking at the frozen space around him and the Winter of Eternal Night in his hand, Shifeng couldn't help but be shocked. Although legendary weapons had the power to allow players to transcend tiers, he didn't think he could achieve such an effect with the Winter of Eternal Night. Even mana was prevented from carrying out their most basic operations. This frightening passive ability was definitely enough to put the Winter of Eternal Night into the ranks of the 10 great legendary weapons. It could be said that spells would become nothing but a joke in front of the Winter of Eternal Night. Spells relied on the movement of mana to exist. If even mana was prohibited from moving, it would naturally become impossible for a spellcaster to maintain the integrity of their spells. Meanwhile, Demon King Firenze was also stunned by Shifeng's Radiant Night. Dark Tide was Firenze's strongest spell. This one spell was more than enough for him to heavily damage opponents of the same tier. Yet, Shifeng had neutralized it so easily. However, Firenze was a Tier 5 Demon King. Moreover, he was even a demon monarch among demons. Even though this unexpected development had shocked him, he quickly recovered his calm and transformed his scepter into an axe. Then, he appeared before Shifeng via spatial movement and swung his 5-meter-long axe down at Shifeng. Firenze did not complement his attack with any techniques. Even so, his attack carried overwhelming speed and power, enough for him to obliterate an entire city. Bang! Countless sparks appeared when Shifeng's longsword collided with Firenze's axe. At the same time, Firenze's axe was knocked away, indicating that the longsword carried more power than the axe. This one exchange instantly showed who was superior when it came to strength. However, Firenze remained unfazed even after seeing the disparity in strength. A cold smile had even appeared on his face. So what if you can block my attack? A calm and contemptuous voice flowed out of Firenze's mouth. At the same time, another Firenze had suddenly appeared behind Kalisha, the axe in his hands already descending toward the dragon princess, who appeared to be chanting something with her eyes closed. Tier 5 spell, Worldly Doppelganger. It was a spell that allowed the user to create a carbon copy of themselves. The doppelganger created would have 100% of the user's basic attributes and all of the user's skills and spells. However, Shifeng did not panic in this situation. Instead, he simply smiled as he swung the Winter of Eternal Night. Sword's orbit. Suddenly, a river of stars that covered a 500-yard radius suddenly formed, with Shifeng as the center. At a glance, it looked as if a miniature galaxy had formed within the temple. Meanwhile, before Firenze's doppelganger could hit Kalisha with its axe, it was sent flying and crashing into a wall by one of the many stars flowing around Shifeng. Firenze's doppelganger wasn't the only one sent flying. Even the real Firenze standing before Shifeng had similarly been sent flying into a wall, his HP instantly falling by over 100 million. For a time, both demon kings couldn't help but look at Shifeng with a bewildered look, their minds failing to understand what Shifeng had just done. It's been a while since I felt so liberated, as expected of the ancient god of thunder's final creation. I didn't think it could let me use Sword's orbit in its peak state. Satisfaction filled Shifeng as he looked at the winter of eternal night. At the same time, he couldn't help but start to pity Firenze. Sword's orbit was the technique he had relied on to rise to prominence. Initially, Sword's orbit was nothing more than an ordinary combat technique. However, as time passed and he continued perfecting the technique, Sword's orbit had also continuously grown stronger with him. Because of this, if he wanted to unleash Sword's orbit's full potential, he would have to reach the Tier 5 standard at the very least. Just having Tier 5 mana and concentration wouldn't be enough. His physique would also have to reach Tier 5. Only after meeting these three conditions could he perfectly integrate world creation with Sword's orbit and unleash power rivaling the second sword, Holy Devour. In addition, everything within a 500-yard radius would be within his attack range, and he would no longer have to worry about concentration expenditure. Subsequently, Firenze and his doppelganger could be seen attacking Kalisha one time after another. However, no matter what attack they used, they couldn't even get close to Kalisha, let alone injure her. Shifeng had stopped all of their attacks without fail. Unfortunately, even though Shifeng was suppressing Firenze, there was nothing he could do to really threaten the Demon King. Search hosted novel for the original. As a level 130, Tier 5 Demon King, Firenze's base HP was over 300 billion. His battle recovery as a demon monarch even allowed him to recover 4% of his HP every 5 seconds. He simply wasn't an existence that could be killed by a Tier 4 player wielding a legendary weapon. Fortunately, Shifeng's job wasn't to kill Firenze. All he needed to do was keep the Demon King busy. For 1 minute, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds, time quickly passed by in the temple. After Shifeng held on for 1 full minute, Kalisha suddenly opened her eyes. Immediately afterward, the expressions of both Firenze's twisted, and the life in their eyes rapidly disappeared. When Firenze finally died, Kalisha's expression had also become deathly pale, sweat rolling down her forehead. It was obvious that killing Firenze had put a huge toll on her body. Meanwhile, along with Firenze's death, the sound of another system notification entered Shifeng's ears. System, congratulations! You have liberated Kalisha from the curse plaguing her, rewarding 5 levels and 20 free legacy skill points. Immediately, Shifeng's level went from 125 to 130. After reaching Tier 4, he would receive 2 legacy skill points for every 3 levels he gained. After including the leftover legacy skill points he had when he was at Tier 3, he now had a total of 221 legacy skill points. If he wanted to, he could spend 200 legacy skill points to learn a Tier 4 Apex legacy skill. However, before Shifeng could decide which Apex legacy skill he would learn, Kalisha suddenly turned her gaze toward him. Heavens blessed, thanks to your help, I was able to get rid of the curse cast on me by the evil gods and demon gods. I will now be leaving this small world and heading to a different place to reclaim my lost power, Kalisha said with a tired expression. However, despite her fatigued look, her eyes were full of life. I have seen your fate. So, as gratitude for your help, I can offer you 2 choices. The first choice is to remain in this small world. This temple holds my ancient dragon, Legacy. Even if you cannot use it, you can give it to someone else. And whoever you give it to will achieve greatness, rivaling the ancient gods. The second choice is to leave this small world and head to the greater world to help me collect 300 god crystals within 3 months. As compensation, I will give you the primal or vein that this island has birthed. I will also send you to a place where one of the 7 luminaries' codex's fragments reside. This temple does not have much power left, so you will only have 5 minutes to consider. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293, Greater God's Domain. Chapter 293, Greater God's Domain. Shi Feng fell into deep thought when Kalisha finished speaking, unable to make up his mind. Ancient dragons were the most ancient existences among dragons. At the same time, they were dragons that had existed since the birth of God's domain. So, their legacies would not be inferior to the average ancient god. Even if he couldn't use Kalisha's ancient dragon legacy, he could use it to nurture an expert that could rival ancient gods in the future. However, the primal or vein and one of the 7 luminaries' codex's fragments were equally tempting. The primal or vein was an independent miniature world. Not only could it be carried around like an item, but the primal or vein's owner could also harvest the ores within it without worrying about competition from other powers. Owning a primal or vein would be no different than owning a private or vein. Players who owned a primal or vein wouldn't even need to mine the vein themselves. They could simply hire some NPCs to enter the miniature world and harvest the ores for them. Meanwhile, a primal or vein typically had at least half of an elementary god's domain's 7 luminaries crystal daily production volume. After adding in the fact that a primal or vein was absolutely safe, the amount of 7 luminaries crystals one could harvest from it would not be any lower than the actual amount one could harvest from an elementary god's domain. As for the 7 luminaries codex's fragment, it was an item essential for Shi Feng to acquire the complete ancient abyssal god legacy. After pondering for a minute, Shi Feng said, "I choose to head to the greater god's domain." "Are you sure?" Kalisha couldn't help but ask again when she heard Shi Feng's answer. The greater god's domain was many times more dangerous than the miniature ancient world they were in. Even tier 6 gods could fall if they weren't careful. As for tier 4 existences, they were nothing in the greater god's domain. "I am very sure." Shi Feng answered without hesitation. The miniature ancient world might be filled with many opportunities and was incredibly well suited for budding powers and players, but there was a huge precondition for these new powers and players to grow. The god's domain it was connected to must not be fully opened. So long as a god's domain became fully opened, the miniature ancient world connected to it would also become open to outsiders. The only difference was that the miniature ancient world would impose more restrictions on outsiders than the god's domain it was connected to. One, going by his experiences in his previous life, it should only be around 1 to 3 more months before his home god's domain's world passage became fully opened. So, he would only be entering the greater god's domain a little earlier than others. Moreover, it wasn't as if he couldn't return to the miniature ancient world after heading to the greater god's domain. He had the Abyss Workshop certification. So long as he spent 3,007 luminaries crystals, he could instantly teleport back to the miniature ancient world via world-breaking teleportation. Not to mention, he was in urgent need of 7 luminaries crystals. Although he had the strength necessary to compete with the various powers over the land of ancient dragons' 7 luminaries crystal vein, how many crystals he could actually get his hands on was a big question. Rather than gamble on an unknown factor, he might as well take the safer option and acquire the entire primal or vein. Not to mention, the 7 luminaries codex's fragments were scattered randomly across God's domain. Finding them would not be easy. Even if he had 1 whole year to conduct his search, he wasn't confident he could find even 1 fragment. Now, that Kalisha was offering to send him directly to a place with one of the 7 luminaries codex's fragments. He could save himself a lot of trouble if he took this offer. The 7 luminaries codex was one of the godly relics that had existed since the birth of God's domain. It possessed heaven-defying abilities that one could never find on even divine artifacts. Although he had encountered plenty of fortuitous opportunities during his previous life, never had he come across an actual godly relic. If he could get his hands on a real godly relic, he would have a much easier path to traverse in God's domain. Even apex powers might have to take the long way around when they came across him. So, now that there was an opportunity to complete the 7 Luminaries Codex, Shifeng naturally couldn't let it get away. Since you've already decided, I will take you away with me, then. Unfortunately, I won't be able to offer you any help before I recover my strength, so you will have to depend on yourself to progress in the greater world. In addition, 1 evil god and 1 demon god have already set their sights on you. So long as their followers discover the ancient dragon's power on you, I'm afraid you'll have a hard time surviving, Kalisha said as she waved her hand and faked a worried expression. System, congratulations. You have received the Dragon Princess's favor. Kalisha's favorability of you has increased by 20 points. Inferior mythical quest sanctuaries, Rise activated. Quest content. Collect 300 god crystals within 3 months to restore Dragon Princess Kalisha's strength. Rewards unknown. Penalties unknown. System, warning. Warning. System, you have received the Dragon Princess's favor and obtained the ancient dragon's power. So long as your ancient dragon's power is discovered by a certain evil god's followers or a certain demon god's followers, you will be marked by this evil god or demon god and be hunted down endlessly. System, congratulations. You have obtained a damaged primal or vein. Shifeng couldn't help but feel as if he had been tricked when he heard Kalisha's words and saw the series of system notifications. However, before Shifeng could say anything, Kalisha suddenly smiled and snapped her fingers. Immediately afterward, Shifeng saw the world around him spinning and transforming into a dark gray spatial passage. Then, he was dragged into the spatial passage regardless of his will. Unlike other spatial passages, Shifeng could see translucent chains blocking the entire dark gray passage. However, this passage wasn't the only one bound by these translucent chains. Shifeng could also see himself bound by similar chains. These translucent chains were connected to the depths of his soul. Meanwhile, the deeper he traveled into the dark gray passage, the more numerous and stronger these translucent chains became. After spending an unknown amount of time in the spatial passage, Shifeng finally reached the passage's end and found himself appearing on a barren prairie. At the same time, he found that the gravity he experienced, the mana around him, and even his physical fitness had undergone extreme changes. The mana that covered the prairie was much denser and more violent than the mana found in the miniature ancient world. The suppression of physical fitness also increased drastically. Even though Shifeng was currently at Tier 4, he felt as if he was no different from a Hunglian master in the real world. He couldn't even fly in this place, which resulted in him falling to the ground and losing over 10% of his HP. System, you have discovered the ancient river kingdom's 100 Leaves wilderness. The ancient river kingdom? Shifeng felt a little nostalgic when he saw the system notification. The greater god's domain was boundless, apart from being divided into the various realms and the central 12 sanctuaries. Every realm housed thousands of kingdoms and empires. For the sake of their respective civilizations' development, the various gods' domains' powers constantly fought over territories to secure the limited available resources. Either the various powers would be fighting in territorial disputes within cities, between kingdoms, or between kingdoms and empires. Sometimes they would even participate in realm wars to upgrade their realm to the next level. The madness and desperation of players and powers in the greater god's domain were on a completely different level compared to his homeworld. Meanwhile, out of the various kingdoms in the greater god's domain, the ancient river kingdom was the ancient kingdom his homeworld was connected to. The ancient river kingdom had existed for more than 1,000 years, and 6 hegemonic powers jointly controlled it. It was also a place he was incredibly familiar with in the greater God's domain. While Shi Feng was taking a stroll down memory lane, his stomach suddenly started grumbling, and a sense of hunger spread across his body. I have to head to a city to grab something to eat quickly, Shi Feng thought as he rubbed his stomach. He wasn't a stranger to this sensation. The greater God's domain differed from the various God's domains and other places. It could be regarded as a real world, and players needed to sate their hunger here to stay alive. Moreover, the food here was considered non-bag space items. Unless players used tools such as epic spatial bags, they would have no choice but to carry their food around on their persons. In addition, players would have to cook food as they would in the real world. They even had to rely on growing crops to source grain-type ingredients. This led to a dramatic increase in the importance of lifestyle players. However, it was also because of this situation that earning ancient coins and star coins in the greater God's domain was significantly easier. 1. Subsequently, Shi Feng took a look at his surroundings. Despite this place being a barren prairie, the monsters here were above level 120 on average. The majority of them were also Grand Lords, and they moved in groups led by mythic monsters. These were not monsters the average player could go up against alone, especially not when there was such a powerful suppression to players' physique. Even a Honglian Grandmaster wielding a weapon would have great difficulty holding his ground against several beasts of a significantly larger size. Just when Shi Feng was considering learning a Tier 4 legacy skill to enhance his combat power, a dark silhouette suddenly emerged from a distant horizon and rapidly closed in on his location. Shortly after this dark figure appeared, several 5-meter-tall figures followed. These 5-meter-tall figures were level 124 Grand Lord ranked 3-tailed blaze wolves, and it was obvious that they were chasing after the dark figure. As this dark figure moved closer and closer, Shi Feng could finally see the other party's appearance. Wu Xiao Xiao. TL notes. 1. I removed a sentence after this part. Removed sentence. Translated. If reselling was done right, it was entirely possible to earn enough wealth to make even hegemonic powers grow envious. Google. If the reselling of the 2 worlds is done, it is not impossible to earn wealth that will make the giants jealous. Reason for removal. The sentence is vague. It doesn't mention who is doing the reselling. Is it the individual lifestyle player, or a small group of lifestyle players, or an organization? Considering that players will have to cook food as they do in the real world, it should be a time-consuming process. So I doubt one lifestyle player can cook enough food to earn a massive fortune. I don't want to jump to conclusions and assume it is done by a group/organization. Either, since I'm not sure if the author hasn't clarified exactly how time-consuming the cooking process is. For all I know, lifestyle players who have become master/grandmaster chefs might have the ability to cook up dishes in a buffet in minutes, even in the greater God's domain. So, I decided to only mention that earning ancient coins and star coins in the greater God's domain is easier because of this food gimmick. As this dark figure moved closer and closer, Shi Feng could finally see the other party's appearance. Wu Xiao Xiao. TL notes. 1. I removed a sentence after this part. Removed sentence. Translated. If reselling was done right, it was entirely possible to earn enough wealth to make even hegemonic powers grow envious. Google. If the reselling of the 2 worlds is done, it is not impossible to earn wealth that will make the giants jealous. Reason for removal. The sentence is vague. It doesn't mention who is doing the reselling. Is it the individual lifestyle player, or a small group of lifestyle players, or an organization? Considering that players will have to cook food as they do in the real world, it should be a time-consuming process. So I doubt one lifestyle player can cook enough food to earn a massive fortune. I don't want to jump to conclusions and assume it is done by a group/organization. Either, since I'm not sure if the author hasn't clarified exactly how time-consuming the cooking process is. For all I know, lifestyle players who have become master/grandmaster chefs might have the ability to cook up dishes in a buffet in minutes, even in the greater gods domain. So, I decided to only mention that earning ancient coins and star coins in the greater gods domain is easier because of this food gimmick. As this dark figure moved closer and closer, Sure Foam could finally see the other party's appearance. Wu Xiao Xiao. TL notes. 1. I removed a sentence after this part. Removed sentence. Translated. If reselling was done right, it was entirely possible to earn enough wealth to make even hegemonic powers grow envious. Google. If the reselling of the two worlds is done, it is not impossible to earn wealth that will make the giants jealous. Reason for removal. The sentence is vague. It doesn't mention who is doing the reselling. Is it the individual lifestyle player, or a small group of lifestyle players, or an organization? Considering that players will have to cook food as they do in the real world, it should be a time-consuming process. So I doubt one lifestyle player can cook enough food to earn a massive fortune. I don't want to jump to conclusions and assume it is done by a group/organization, either, since I'm not sure if the author hasn't clarified exactly how time-consuming the cooking process is. For all I know, lifestyle players who have become master/grandmaster chefs might have the ability to cook up dishes in a buffet in minutes, even in the greater gods domain. So, I decided to only mention that earning ancient coins and star coins in the greater gods domain is easier because of this food gimmick. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294, Top Adventurer. Chapter 294, Top Adventurer. Guild Leader Black Flame. When Sure Foam discovered Wu Xiao Xiao also noticed Sure Foam, shock and confusion appearing in her eyes. However, Wu Xiao quickly recovered from her surprise and resumed running at full speed. Despite being an elementalist, Wu Xiao managed to not only evade one of the three-tailed blaze wolves that had lunged at her, but she also managed to widen the gap between them to over 30 yards in only an instant. Her movements were incredibly swift and natural, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was already close to rivaling domain realm experts. Moreover, if one were to inspect Wu Xiao with an identification skill, one would realize that Wu Xiao was no longer a Tier 3 Great Mage, but a genuine level 127, Tier 4 Great Wizard instead. She also wore quite a few pieces of dark gold immortal equipment, and the staff she wielded was even a fragmented legendary staff. At the same time as Wu Xiao was pulling away from the three-tailed blaze wolves chasing after her, another blaze wolf emerged from the distant grassland. However, unlike the previous ones, this one was 7 meters tall and had 6 tails. When it emerged from the tall grass, it glared at Wu Xiao with its crimson eyes, the flames coming out of its mouth causing the surrounding area to become scorching hot. Six-tailed blaze wolf chief, realm lord. Demonic beast, mythic, level 130 HP 7 billion. The blaze wolf chief was a mythic-ranked realm lord. While it might not be comparable to superior mythic monsters of the same level, it wasn't an opponent that Tier 4 players could go up against alone in the greater gods domain. Typically, a party of 6 Tier 4 players would be needed to raid such a monster. However, before the Blaze Wolf Chief could take further action, two twofold magic arrays suddenly appeared under its feet. Subsequently, ice vines emerged from the ground and restrained the Blaze Wolf Chief, while lightning bolts descended from the sky. Tier 4 Barrier Spell. Ice Prison. Tier 4 Curse. Lightning Waterfall. Nicely done, Xiao. This Blaze Wolf Chief is done for now. After the two spells took effect, a level 129, Tier 4 female Great Wizard emerged from a patch of grass near the Blaze Wolf Chief. The great wizard was currently surrounded by dense ice-type mana and lightning-type mana. She was none other than the caster of Ice Prison and Lightning Waterfall. This other female great wizard wore an icy green robe paired with an icy green mage's hat, and under the hat was a delicate face. At a glance, she looked roughly the same age as Wu Xiaoxiao. Yet, unlike Wu Xiaoxiao, the girl wore a golden four-leaf emblem on her robe, symbolizing that she had already conquered the World Tower's fourth floor. It was also the symbol of a top adventurer in the Greater Gods domain. When this level 129 great wizard finished speaking, the Blaze Wolf Chief had already lost over 50 million HP and fallen into a heavily injured state, which reduced his basic attributes by 30%. As for the three-tailed blaze wolves chasing after Wu Xiaoxiao, they had lost over 100 million HP each, a huge chunk of their HP bars vanishing in the blink of an eye. Their bodies were also riddled with heavy injuries, and their current basic attributes were inferior to even great lords of the same level. Seeing this, Wu Xiaoxiao promptly swung her staff, executing silent casting as she bombarded the Blaze Wolf Chief with Tier 4 spells. Immediately afterward, damage values exceeding 20 million appeared above the Realm Lord's head in rapid succession. The Blaze Wolf Chief could no longer rely on its battle recovery due to its heavily injured state. So, its HP bar rapidly depleted under the attack of the two great wizards. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Blaze Wolf Chief fell. However, just when everything was progressing smoothly for the two girls, a threefold magic barrier suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly isolating an area of a 500-yard radius. A threefold heaven's lock? When the girl in the icy green robe saw the barrier in the sky, her expression instantly darkened. The threefold heaven's lock was a Grandmaster magic array. The value of just one set of scrolls for the threefold heaven's lock was equivalent to one fragmented legendary item. However, in exchange for its costly price, the threefold heaven's lock could trap even Tier 5 players for a considerable amount of time. It was one of the more precious means for players to trap their enemies in the Greater Gods domain. There's no running away. Midsummer. Hand over the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal, and I will let you two go. Subsequently, a team of over 20 Tier 4 players scurried out of the distant grassland. The person standing in the lead of this team was a level 130 Tier 4 male summoner who also wore a golden four-leaf emblem on his chest. Don't even think about it. Arrogance. We've long agreed that the highest bidder will get the ruins loot. Also, didn't your team receive a share of the money already? What you're doing now is just robbery. Aren't you afraid of the Purple Melody Alliance's retaliation? The delicate girl named Midsummer said angrily as she glared at the male summoner. So what? Do you think the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal is something you can buy for a measly 300,000 star coins? The summoner named Uncaring Arrogance said with a contemptuous smile. I admit that Purple Melody has many experts, but how many of these experts can you get to help you? Do you truly think the Twin Saints Alliance is afraid of you? You. Wu Xiaoxiao frowned when she heard Uncaring Arrogance's words. However, she couldn't think of anything to rebuke the summoner's words. The 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal was indeed an incredibly valuable treasure. The countries in the Greater Gods domain were situated far apart from each other, so teleportation between countries was incredibly expensive. Moreover, teleportation fees had to be paid in 7 Luminaries crystals, and teleporting even to the nearest country would cost 50 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Meanwhile, with the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal, one could get one free teleportation every 3 days, so long as the teleportation fee did not exceed 200 units. However, the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal was a rare item, So much so that most Tier 6 experts didn't even have one. In addition, under the rules set by the ancient River Kingdom's 6 hegemonic powers, players of a higher tier were prohibited from taking action against players of a lower tier within the kingdom's territory unless it was because of a guild war or city war. This was to ensure the ancient River Kingdom's order and stability. Anyone found breaking this rule would be jointly attacked by the 6 ruling hegemonic powers. Hence, conflicts between players that took place within the kingdom's borders would usually be limited to players of the same tier. Many geniuses and experts would even choose to remain at Tier 4 so that they could find better legacies or further develop their mana bodies so that they could have an easier time at higher tiers. It was true that the Purple Melody Alliance had over 30 Tier 6 experts under its command, which was far more than what the Twin Saints Alliance had. One of the ancient River Kingdom's top 50 Tier 6 experts even belonged to Purple Melody. However, when it came to Tier 4 experts, the Purple Melody Alliance was inferior to the Twin Saints Alliance. Since you refuse to hand it over, we will have no choice but to take it ourselves. Uncaring Arrogance said before gesturing with his hand. There's a person we've never seen before over there, Commander Arrogance, a Tier 4 assassin who was similarly wearing a top adventurer's emblem, suddenly said to Uncaring Arrogance, "Should we attack him as well?" Uncaring Arrogance glanced at Sherfong when he heard the assassin's words. After failing to see a familiar guild emblem or even an adventurer's emblem on Sherfong, he indifferently said, "Get rid of them together. We cannot afford any mishaps with the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal." Upon receiving Uncaring Arrogance's command, 15 players from the Twin Saints Alliance's team charged toward Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, while the remaining 8 charged at Sherfong. Of these 23 players, even the weakest was a superior adventurer. One of them, the assassin who spoke to Uncaring Arrogance, was even a top adventurer. Xiaoxiao. When Midsummer saw some of Twin Saints members targeting Sherfong, she curiously looked to Wu Xiaoxiao and asked, "Do you know that guy? I noticed that you were quite surprised to see him just now." "MHM. He's from the same god's domain as me," Wu Xiaoxiao said, nodding. "He's also quite a well-known figure in our god's domain." "He's a famous figure from your god's domain." Midsummer's eyes brightened when she heard Wu Xiaoxiao's answer. "Is he strong?" Midsummer was aware that Wu Xiaoxiao came from an isolated god's domain. From what she heard from Wu Xiaoxiao, the god's domain she came from was incredibly weak. However, from what Midsummer could tell, Wu Xiaoxiao possessed incredible talent. 2 days ago, Wu Xiaoxiao had even conquered the World Tower's 3rd floor, becoming one of the few superior adventurers in the ancient River Kingdom. Wu Xiaoxiao's current combat standards might be inferior to hers, but it should be noted that Wu Xiaoxiao was only at the World Tower's 2nd floor standard roughly 2 weeks ago. The ability to improve so rapidly definitely put Wu Xiaoxiao at the top among the ancient River Kingdom's latest generation of geniuses. If even Wu Xiaoxiao already possessed such strength and talent, someone famous from Wu Xiaoxiao's god's domain shouldn't be weak. After thinking for a moment, Wu Xiaoxiao hesitantly said he should be at the standard of ordinary top adventurers. Black Flame was one of Zero Wing's known Tier 6 god-ranked experts. Logically, he should only be at the standard of superior adventurers. However, Wu Xiaoxiao felt he should have made some improvements along with the Myriad World's descent. An ordinary top adventurer? Midsummer sighed a little when she heard Wu Xiaoxiao's answer. "I guess there's no hope for us this time. Top adventurers might be considered experts among experts in the ancient River Kingdom, but an ordinary top adventurer would most likely have difficulty surviving the team led by Uncaring Arrogance." While Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were readying themselves for a harsh battle, the 4th floor assassin from Twin Saints suddenly split into 3 copies of himself and attacked Sherfong simultaneously. Each doppelganger executed 6 attacks with the daggers they wielded, launching a total of 18 attacks from different directions. The attacks were also executed at a speed beyond the reaction speed of the average Tier 4 player. Scram! However, when Shi Feng saw the level 130 assassin attacking him, he simply flung a punch at the empty space before him. Boom! Suddenly, cracks appeared in the space before Shi Feng. Spatial destruction. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295, 10 Great Paragons. Chapter 295, 10 Great Paragons, Spatial Destruction. When the other members of the Two Saints Alliance's teams saw the cracked space before Shi Feng, they couldn't help but be stunned and stopped what they were doing. Space in the Greater Gods domain was incredibly stable, so it was impossible to destabilize it without having power at the Tier 5 standard. As for shattering it, one would require power at the Tier 5 intermediate standard to achieve that. However, Shi Feng's punch didn't only shatter the space directly in front of him. Subsequently, the cracks in space could be seen rapidly spreading forward like tendrils and covering the area 20 yards ahead of Shi Feng. Each of these spatial tendrils carried power at the Tier 5 basic standard. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen spatial tendrils had enveloped the level 130 assassin's 3 doppelgangers, and following this scene was a loud explosion. Not only did the 3 assassin doppelgangers fail to land any of their attacks on Shi Feng, but 2 of them even disappeared on the spot. Immediately afterward, a black silhouette flew over 50 yards away from Shi Feng, crashing heavily into a large tree. When the large tree shattered and fell, silence enveloped the battlefield as everyone stared at Shi Feng in shock. She calls this an ordinary top adventurer. Midsummer felt tricked when she looked at the Tier 4 assassin that Shi Feng had sent flying. Despite similarly being a Tier 4 player, Shi Feng had sent a Tier 4 assassin, who happened to be a top adventurer, flying with just a punch from his bare fist. If Shi Feng was considered an ordinary top adventurer, there'd be very few ordinary top adventurers in the ancient River Kingdom. How is this possible? At this moment, Wu Xiaoxiao was equally dumbfounded by this scene. She never thought Shi Feng would be this strong. It should be known that the level 130 assassin from the Twin Saints Alliance wasn't just a 4th floor expert. He was also equipped with 3 pieces of fragmented legendary equipment. Yet, Shi Feng had sent him flying with just a punch, without the help of a legendary weapon or equipment. Only the titled experts standing at the ancient River Kingdom's apex could possibly accomplish such a feat. Do you still want to fight? Shi Feng asked as he looked toward uncaring arrogance indifferently. Instances of players killing other players for treasure constantly happened in the Greater Gods domain, so he wasn't particularly surprised to see Wu Xiaoxiao being hunted down for a 7 luminaries teleportation crystal. What he didn't expect was to get dragged into one such robbery as soon as he arrived at the Greater Gods domain. This is all a misunderstanding, sir, uncaring arrogance promptly answered. We do not wish for any hostilities with you. To apologize for our actions, we are willing to give you 200 units of 7 luminaries crystal as compensation. That's quite sincere of you. Shi Feng was a little surprised when he heard uncaring arrogance's offer. 7 luminaries crystals remained an important resource even in the Greater Gods domain, since it was necessary for players to get promoted to Tier 6. Meanwhile, 200 units of 7 luminaries crystal was already enough to exchange a set of level 130 dark gold immortal equipment. 1. I'm glad this satisfies you. Uncaring arrogance sighed in relief. Titled experts were essentially hegemons in the kingdom, and offending a titled expert should be left only as a last resort. This was because getting promoted to Tier 6 wasn't a question for titled experts. The only reason a titled expert would remain at a lower tier was simply because they were looking to establish a better foundation for themselves so that they could make better progress after ascending to Tier 6. May I ask that you take a short rest for now? We will promptly undo the barrier for you once we are done with our business here. As soon as Uncaring Arrogance finished speaking, Midsummer panicked. Xiao Xiao, you're natives of the same world as that guy, right? Can you get him to help us? Midsummer hurriedly asked Wu Xiao Xiao. However, Wu Xiao Xiao couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile when she heard Midsummer's question. It was true that she was familiar with the name of Black Flame. After all, he was one of the few God-ranked experts native to the miniature ancient world. However, the same could not be said for the other way around. Just when Wu Xiao Xiao was thinking of trying to ask for help anyway, Shifeng suddenly shook his head a little. One of them is my acquaintance, Shifeng said as he looked at Uncaring Arrogance. If you leave now, I will pretend that nothing happened here today. Although he had nothing to do with this matter, he couldn't just sit by and watch Wu Xiao Xiao get robbed. After all, she was Wu Lingling's elder sister. Sir, I'm afraid I cannot do that, Uncaring Arrogance said, shaking his head. We aren't the ones looking to acquire the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal. Rather, the one seeking to obtain it is Saint 3, the Twin Saints Alliance's spear zealot. Saint 3? The one who fought Saint 9 to a standstill. Midsummer couldn't help but ask when she heard Uncaring Arrogance's words. The Twin Saints Alliance had many experts, but only those with extraordinary talent were qualified to refer to themselves as Saint in the Alliance. Meanwhile, Saint 9 was a veteran paragon nurtured by the Twin Saints Alliance. Originally, he was one of the peerless individuals with the highest possibility of becoming one of the Twin Saints Alliance's Twin Saints. However, after fighting the younger Saint 3 and concluding the match in a draw, he had no choice but to enter the newly opened miniature ancient world. What? He fought the God List's third-ranked player to a standstill. Wu Xiao Xiao was greatly shocked by this news. Wu Xiao Xiao was not foreign to the name of Saint 9. Before she came to the greater God's domain, Saint 9's name had already spread across the entire miniature ancient world. After all, anyone who saw the God-ranked expert list would know him. Hence, she knew that Saint 9 wasn't just your average titled expert. In fact, even ordinary titled experts would last no more than a few moves against Saint 9. That's right. Uncaring Arrogance nodded to Midsummer's question. If you don't want to get into trouble, hand over the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal. This will be beneficial to both you and me. Midsummer fell into indecision when she heard Uncaring Arrogance's words. The spear zealot, Saint 3, was currently one of the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons. Although he was only at Tier 4, even some Tier 6 God-ranked experts needed to behave respectfully in front of him. To clash against such an individual, only one of the other 10 great paragons had the necessary qualifications. However, the Purple Melody Alliance did not have any Tier 4 experts ranked within the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons. Meanwhile, so long as one of these 10 great paragons decided to act against a person, there would be no escaping for this person within the ancient River Kingdom. Even cities could not protect this person from these paragons' assassination. When Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao fell silent, Uncaring Arrogance smiled and said to Shifeng, Sir, while you might have the strength of a titled expert, there are still quite a few Tier 4 titled experts in the ancient River Kingdom. However, individuals capable of going up against Lord Saint 3 are few and far between. You do not need to offend Lord Saint 3 just because of a 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal your friend came across. Uncaring Arrogance admitted that titled experts were incredibly powerful compared to experts like him and his teammates. However, in front of paragons, titled experts were nothing but a joke. if not for the World Tower's 5th floor being impossible to clear too, and the Seven Luminaries Alliance and the God's Domain Association being a stickler for rules, paragons would have long since received a new categorization rather than let themselves be considered on the same level as ordinary titled experts. Saint 3. Feng chuckled as he looked at uncaring arrogance. So what if I offend him? He had dared to offend even the peerless individuals of apex powers canonized by the Seven Luminaries Alliance during his previous life. He had also clashed against several of them before. Why would he care about the feelings of a young paragon of a measly kingdom? TL notes. 1. A set of level 130 dark gold immortal equipment. This isn't referring to a dark gold immortal equipment set. It is only referring to a mishmash of level 130 dark gold immortal equipment pieces. 2. The World Tower's 5th floor being impossible to clear. I'm not sure if this is referring to the so-called paragons being too weak to conquer the World Tower's 5th floor, or if nobody in the greater God's domain has managed to conquer the 5th floor thus far. The ROS for this part are unclear, and none of the later chapters have clarified this point. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.